Look, we're live. There we are. Okay. All right, let's see here. And we'll push that over there. And I'm just getting set up for anybody who happens to tune into this. Just so you know, this is a test game, so basically it's a drill. It's not a full-on battle or even a proper battle. It's a test of a new system that we're using to resolve combats. It's called the ACW Brigade system, so it's a whole new Kriegspiel system. It is a blend of the Southern California style and a style developed by Alex M, which is itself an update or modification of the original Kriegspiel rules, the 24, the 62, updated for the American Civil War. And so we're kind of blending what we like of all those different systems, sort of a cocktail, if you will, or I don't know the way you would blend different grapes, I guess, to make just the right kind of wine. And here we have this new system. And again, it's designed to be quick, it's designed to be simple, but it's also designed to be relatively realistic. So that's what we have here. We're playing a Gettysburg scenario. This is the map we're going to be using. Actually, yeah, I think it is, but I think the final version of the map looks different. I think the coloration is going to be different too. I think this is a draft version of the map, but no big deal. Um, I could be wrong. And we're just going to have a quick meeting engagement on here. We're going to roll dice at each other and see how it goes. We also have a timer bot that was written for the game. I don't know that you folks will hear any of the audio cues from the timer bot, but we're going to try to use the timer bot. And that keeps everybody on a 10-minute turn. Anyway, I'll have more to say about this as we go. But hello and welcome to everybody who is watching now. As soon as we go live, we always have an audience, which is great. But again, you're basically watching a test scenario, a drill, if you will, and we are testing our system. So, okay. Let me check this out on a 10-minute turn. Okay. Anyway, I'll have more to say about this as we go.
Well, Alex is pretty amazing when it comes to this stuff up there, isn't he? I know you're putting in a lot of effort as well, but I'm sure you're glad that there's someone of equal intensity as you are involved in this. And Marshall wasn't there to hear it, so.
I heard something about equal
Oh,
intensity.
yeah. I was saying good things about you, and the fact that Alex is on board and he has equal levels of commitment.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
as you
And
do.
then I have another guy's name is Damon, who's been working pretty hard.
Yes, Damon as well.
He's doing the
Yes.
technical side of things. And yeah,
Yeah.
it's a small little
Yeah.
army, everyone
Yeah.
kind of working
And,
together.
and Eli is the spiritual leader of the group.
So yeah, no, it's fantastic. We have I can't believe we're pulling it off, but I think it's gonna
Mm.
work.
I think it's because there's an acknowledgement that it's actually a very good and interesting thing that's happening, and people just want to get involved. I'm trying to think of the other gentleman, the other English guy that lives in America.
Brett,
Is it Brad?
Brett, yep.
Brad. Yeah, yeah. He seems to be a motivator
Yeah, well, Brett and I are the
as
ones
well.
who
So,
started the Southern California Kriegspiel Society a long time ago.
uh, okay.
And we're the ones who tried to struggle through the 1824 rules And boy, was that
Uh,
miserable. Our very first game ever. That was miserable.
oh yeah, yeah. Just it destroys new
Yeah,
players. Sometimes this game.
yeah. But we stuck with it because I could see the brilliance of it. I could see like, well,
Yeah,
if it works, then it's going
yeah,
to be a heck of a lot of fun. But it has to work, and
yeah,
getting it to work, that was the hard part.
yeah. Do you think like the Lynchburg map was the one that kind of made you think, oh, we're almost there with this sort of thing? That it's actually enjoyable, or
Yeah, the
was it?
the Lynchburg battle was a bit of a breakthrough. Really, though, it
Mm,
started with the last time we ran Gettysburg in November of last year. That got a lot of
okay.
people engaged and on board and
Yeah,
talking. And then Lynchburg
yeah,
was a good success follow on to that. And we ran Shiloh. And yeah, yeah, I think
yeah,
Shiloh and Lynchburg were just kind of expanded on that. So,
yeah,
and each time we played, we kind of did an autopsy and
yeah.
figured out, okay, where are the pain points and how can we solve them? And we've had good thinkers come through with ideas and say, well, you could do it this way. And
Mm.
now we have people building bots for us. We have someone who's working on a bot for our message traffic, and now we have a timer bot. I don't know if Alex is going to remember to use it. I hope he does. But yeah, so we just have all these wonderful things that are
I kind of
developing.
felt like I was in a post office for half of my umpiring during the Lynchburg game.
Hmm.
So it was quite an interesting thing. Just myself doing it, grabbing up all of the Union, the Confederate messages, and then just popping them in the little
Hmm.
cubby holes, and then moving them down. It was quite therapeutic watching the messages slowly get close to release.
Yeah. Well, I do want to automate that as much as I can,
Yeah.
and but yeah, I it's a lot of work. And
Mm.
I talked to a friend of mine who's gonna help umpire, and the first thing he said was, "I really don't want to run messages."
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it's a lot to keep track of, and things fall through the cracks. They get lost.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if we have an automated system, there's much less chance of that happening.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Oh,
Bizarrely, I just found the messaging system quite novel and interesting to run.
yeah.
Just have to be willing to make on the spot decisions on how long a message will take to get from one point to another point. Basically,
Hmm.
um, might not necessarily be accurate all the time, but it's, I know you've spoken to Martin and Steve, haven't you, in the last
Yes, I have.
couple of
Yeah,
weeks?
yes, I have.
Yeah.
And
So
Palm.
you're aware that we're trying to move some things on. I think there's some understanding will help you develop this as well. But
Yeah, Steve wants to go over the scenario, kind of help me beta test the scenario. Martin
mm,
sent me a neat little rubric that you gentlemen use to manage the timer, or I'm sorry, the
yeah,
timing of an attack. So,
yeah,
15 minutes if it's just, a brigade. If it's multiple divisions or something, it's like up to 45 minutes or an hour or whatever, which I want us to use that in the battle. Um,
mm,
so we're gonna adapt that for our time scale and probably use it. So yeah,
yeah,
so it's great drawing upon that well of expertise, which is what I really wanted from this collaboration. Is I want to learn your secrets, um,
mm.
and how you guys do things because you've been doing it for a lot longer. So you've solved
Yeah.
problems.
Preparation in launch and attack was always an interesting thing because it's obviously realistic
Mhm.
for a start, and it just meant that you had to play like three moves ahead sort of thing. Whereas
Mhm.
without that aspect, you can make decisions on the fly to more of a degree. Um, so yeah, it'd be interesting to see that implemented
Mhm.
for sure.
Yeah. So yeah. So all of that, and then of course we want you guys to. I would really like to see you folks run more live games like this online and run them in on a European friendly time schedule. So those of our folks who live in Europe can have a better experience because right now you're all having to play in the afternoon evening, which that
Mm.
might be fine. People have more things to do on Saturday besides play. And you get your errands and stuff done in the morning, and then the afternoon you settle in and have a nice game of Kriegspiel. That works, but um, right now as it is, I have to get up at 6 a.m. Well, I have to get
Yeah.
on at 6 a.m. and launch it, and then
Mm.
which really means 5 a.m. to be ready on time. And then you folks are going to bed at 10, 11 midnight on Saturday night, which is just rough all around. So if you folks run
Well,
more
I mean, it
games,
does seem
yeah.
that it's easier for the Europeans, perhaps, on that time scale.
Hmm.
I mean, it would seem like it's the most useful one because it's the whole day basically
Hmm.
from the Americans' perspective, being early hours to um, UK European late hours.
But
But
we've got folks in Scandinavia and Eastern Europe that I think would like to play as well,
yeah,
and we really start pushing it for those guys. So
yeah,
um,
and you would be okay with playing through the night sort of thing in the US.
well, it would be
That's
it would
what it,
be me getting on 3 or 4 a.m. or earlier, and,
yeah,
and yeah, I
yeah,
probably would be late Friday, early Saturday in the wee hours. Not a big deal. I
yeah.
live where they launch rockets in the middle of the night, and I just get up at like 1 a.m. and watch them fire off a missile or a rocket. So,
Okay.
I live near Vandenberg Space Force Base now.
Ooh,
And yeah, every few months or something, they're lighting something off, and it's pretty stunning to watch. I never get tired of it. But yeah, I go out in the middle of the night and watch. So yeah, I don't have a big issue with going out and watching these things or getting up that early. I mean,
okay.
I haven't had coffee or anything this morning though. I woke up kind of late. I slept in for once, which is unusual. I woke up like at 7:30 and realized, oh, I need to get online. I brushed my teeth and got dressed and hopped on.
But that's why it's good for you to have other people on the same level as you
Hmm.
involved. So it means that you're not you're not having to be the front facing, always there guy for every
Right,
event. You can split your time.
right. Yeah, I could have took today off, and this would
Mm,
have run just fine.
mm,
But I don't want to be that guy either. I need
mm,
to be involved and part of it. I thought I was planning to umpire because I wanted to throw dice and see how that works, though. But I also
mm.
want the newer members to do the umpiring.
Yeah,
I think that's more important because I know the system, but I
yeah,
need as many people as possible to learn the system and get interested in umpiring because I need them. I need 20 people. I need about 8 to 10
yeah.
more people. I don't know if you can beat the Bushes over there in the UK, but if you can, and
Yeah, so you've got three of us so far, haven't you?
yeah, yeah,
That's my understanding.
and the
So
British stuff is filled. So Martin
yeah,
James is going to command. Digby is going to be our announcer.
yeah,
And then I had two other guys specifically request the British force. One of them, I believe, he said, "I'm British. Can I command the British force?" And I'm like,
yeah,
"Sure, you can have a brigade." And then the other guy just requested it. I don't know if he's British or not, but
yeah.
The whole point of that was to give you guys something special, you know. So, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Will they fight? Will they be more invested? Knowing that
Hmm.
they're controlling a British unit.
Right, right. So, yeah, that's the idea. Throw you a bone. I want you guys to feel special. You're loved.
Mm.
So, here I am creating a whole special scenario and a whole story for you.
Maybe it's what the British should have done at the time,
Yeah.
but
O-
I think they were doing other things.
Okay, I have a picture. He has a picture of us next to Willoughby Run. Why can't I ever see? Okay, so. Alright, that's these guys.
Oh,
Near Hill 384. There it is.
I presume we would know each other's jump off points.
Yeah,
It's
so
not.
I'm very lost.
yeah, look, you may have a map or a guide. The only issue I have is I don't have any indication of if we're moving or stationary, but I'm assuming we're stationary. But we are on a road which ends here.
Oh, well, Tovsky's doing our thing.
Yeah. He's actually in the military in Finland.
Good stuff.
Yeah, but it interferes with his ability to play Kriegspiel sometimes because he has to go do, army things. I suggested he consider desertion. You know.
Seems reasonable, yeah.
Yep, yep. I mean, it's for Kriegspiel, right? The court martial will have to understand. Let's see here. Okay, I'm assuming that this is a column and it extends south. But I'm not in command, so.
Look like my boys, actually.
But yeah, I have a picture that looks like Peter is on it and not me, so
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a picture of my stuff. I'm not sure if I agree with how he wants to use these supply markers. I don't know. I have to see. All right. All right, that's that. Okay, he's typing. He should just pop in and speak. All right, let's see here. Maybe it's a message. Yeah, here we are on the edge. You know what? I think we're in a column on the march and my brigade is out front.
Um, so I'm coming down. If I can read. Uh, Emmitsburg Road. That's what I'm coming down.
Okay, so you're on a column. Okay, you're on a parallel road.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
and then
Which I'm not giving you away unusual information. You would know that, I
I'd
guess.
probably see it from where I am, more or less. I mean, I think we
Yeah.
would know this. Yeah, we're marching into the combat,
Yeah.
and the baddies are just going to be ahead of us there. So my
Yeah.
only advice would be pay attention to the ground, the terrain, and occupy the better terrain.
Yeah.
Just know that moving through woods is going to disrupt you, especially in line, obviously. That stuff, it's basic.
Mm.
I need my coffee. Where's my coffee? I have to get up and make it. Oh, I have leftover pizza I can eat for breakfast. Breakfast of champions. I mean, I could make some eggs or something, but that just takes too long. Now, do we only have one umpire for the three of us?
I mean, there were so many. They should be more. Right?
Yeah.
Where's the Willoughby run?
It's on the
God, I'm
left,
so
on
lost.
the left side of the map, and it's the right branch. There's two branches of there's two creeks, left and right.
Ah,
Willoughby's the
right.
one on the right. Okay, so I have now. You have just a reserve, right?
I have cavalry.
Oh, it's a cavalry. Okay.
One cavalry brigade. But I'm also still confused because,
All right. Well, you know how to use that, right?
yeah, scouting.
Yeah. Go out in front, and you're the eyes. I don't know what your position is
Well,
though, but
apparently, I mean,
all right. I need to check the YouTube here, see if anyone is tuned in. And here we are. No, there's only one concurrent viewer, and that, for all I know, that's me. That's okay. It's kind of boring right now. Just kind of live streaming it for the heck of it.
I would know this, but you're coming down the Tannytown Road. Is that correct, Marcia?
Let me look. Tannytown Road would be further to. Would be. Let me see here.
Well, you're on the Baltimore Pike.
No, I'm by Willoughby Run. Like I've come cross country somehow.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm with you.
and Peter, you're on Amherstburg Road.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think we are together.
Okay, so you're up my back.
I'm on the head of the column where you are as well. Yes, as far as I understand this.
This is the thing. With this picture, I can't make out any details. It's a good job there's a number of colours on them because I can't actually read on the picture that Alex has sent us.
I think the map that we're using has a little bit better contrast for the game. But yeah.
Okay.
Union Force. Okay, I can't read this to you. This is mine.
How do we send messages to the other commanders?
So you would type it to Alex.
Right.
First
Okay.
of all,
So
and then you would say from.
Yeah. Okay. So
Felix.
as usual.
Yeah,
No,
as we did the last time. Yeah.
yeah. There's no bot yet for this.
No, not yet. It's in the works.
Okay. Okay, how am I going to give orders? Are they going to accept verbal orders, or do I have to write my orders in here?
I'm going to go to writing until told otherwise, I think.
Yeah.
So Felix, are you saying that we're potentially together at this present moment in time, or are you just at the head of my?
I'm not sure. I was told I was scouting ahead and commanding the cavalry, but I was also told that I'm at the head of the column, and I don't see the cavalry on my picture. So at the moment, I'm assuming I'm with you at the head of your column, and the cavalry is ahead of us, but I'm
Okay.
not
What I
100%
would
sure.
what I would suggest then, while there's fogs of war on top of fogs of war, just make do orders to your cavalry basically, even if don't just expect that they're doing what we think they're doing. Just actually write down the order for them,
Right.
just so that Ortowski can see it. Okay, there you go. We can actually talk together.
Okay, yeah.
Have to be in a separate voice channel.
Yeah. So me and you are at the head of my column, essentially.
Yep.
So again, the cavalry seems to be beyond your verbal control. So yeah, do those orders there so they can feed us back information.
When I get back to the desk, I'm making me some coffee right now because I need it. I will move myself to a different channel.
Yep. Okay, Marshall.
And then we need to remind Alex, hey, use the timer bot, but I don't know if he's using it or if he's still kind of training him up. I want to pop in there and see what he's doing, but I need to just let him.
Let's just write him a message and just ask him, is he implementing the timer bot?
Yeah. Yep. Well, when you start the timer, it's supposed to play a sound to everyone. So.
We would have heard it by now, probably.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll hear it when he starts it, but that's assuming everything is hooked up and working right, which it might not be. So,
Yeah.
what's important is if he's using it and it's not working, that's something we need to report.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess we are here to break things.
Right, yeah, this is a beta test.
Right, Felix, shall we just pop down to
Yep.
Private 2 just to discuss?
Mm-hmm.
Hey Argos, how you doing, pup?
making his coffee.
Yeah, here it's dinner's time soon, but I guess for you as well, right?
Yes.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we
We
can.
have a timer app. Is it working?
Nothing's come up.
Yeah, I wonder if Alex is trying to use it or if he's forgot.
So you've got more than just cavalry as well, haven't you, Felix? I think you've got
No, I don't
some
think
more.
so.
Huh? Oh, these are two other. Okay, there are other divisions there, not necessarily yours.
I don't know how to time. What's the timer command?
Oh.
I don't know what the timer command is. I thought it was exclamation mark, but it wasn't working. So it must be something else. Every Discord bot has a modifier on it. I don't know what this one's is.
Okay, I think Marshall might be away making himself a coffee, but I'll let him know that you.
Yeah, it's supposed to be timer exclamation mark timer 10, but that's not. Well, okay, I see.
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
I guess the bot doesn't have access. No, okay, it does have access. It just doesn't work.
Okay. I wonder.
Yeah, I put it in voice chat text and it wouldn't work.
I wonder if we have to be in general. Let me look.
I just put it in general.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it should work for you. Is the bot here?
Wait, no.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Oh, maybe it's not in the server. Yeah, I thought the Kriegspiel Turnbot was the one that did it. Sorry for the slow start. We had to get some of the union players oriented.
Required role.
Oh, that's
team manager role. All right, let me see if the role is created. Server settings, roles. I have to create team manager, I guess.
Oh, it's start.
Is it working?
Is that the command he's using? Is start? Well, I've noticed on the Turnbot Discord, he's using exclamation mark start.
Yes.
Using that. You're not using turn.
Oh.
Timer.
Okay, is it working?
Okay, it says starting a game with 10 minutes. Oh, wait, no. How do I end? I don't know. Is there a command list?
Yeah, help.
Oh, perfect.
All right, you got it?
I think. Okay, so why is it not accepting the finish command?
Maybe just let it run for, even though we're maybe not using it effectively, maybe just let it run for the 10 minutes just so we can hear it.
Yeah, we want to give it a test. I don't think Alex is here.
That's true.
Peter, can you switch to the other channel with me?
Yeah.
All right, that sound probably means the timer is starting. Okay, we're finally rocking and rolling here.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see here. For the benefit of everyone on my YouTube, I've had my breakfast. I've had a sip of coffee. I'm be a little more talkative now. I am moving up towards this ridge line here, and I have sent the order to my umpire that I wish to ride ahead to this location, which is the Snyder Farm. And
Marshall, we can hear you.
oh,
Let's
that's
come out.
fine.
Let's
I'm
come out.
narrating. I'm narrating. Oh, I
Okay.
mean, yeah. If you want, I can go to a different. Okay, yeah, we can split up. Okay, so um, and what I'm going to do is observe the situation to my front. And I imagine when I get over this ridge, I will see where the enemy is, and then I will know what to do next. So that's my goal, is to be here so I can see the enemy, and I want my brigades to fill in on a line going this way. I mean, this is the vision I have in my mind, is this line here. I want them to occupy a line that way. And then, I have options. I can go this way, this way, this way. I can have another brigade do whatever. May have one come around this way. Probably is likely have my 3rd Brigade use the ridge to screen its movement and come around that way. There's going to be penalties for going cross country in terms of speed. There's going to be penalties for moving through the woods. However, I don't see a better way to get to where we want to go. And if I can get better positioning against a potential enemy, if I can reach his flank, let's say, then that's better. Now, another thing I could do is move one of my brigades this way, like that. But once I give that order, I need to be sure of it. I need to know, because that brigade will then move outside my control. So I'll be here, and I'll be doing things around here, and this brigade will be over here, and I'm not going to be able to command that brigade. So when I give that brigade an order, it'll sort of go on a kind of autopilot, and I need to pay attention. So we'll have to see. All right, you know what? I'm going to send a message to my umpire of what I want Sims Brigade to do.
How's it going?
Hey, how you doing, Damon?
Doing all right?
Good. All right, hang on. I
Just
did text
to
here.
observe.
Huh?
I have to go to work. Said I'm just popping in to observe. I have to go to work in 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, bummer. Let's see. Can I move it? I can't move this text box. All right, I'm having a hard time doing text box on here. But all right, let's see here. Let's just erase everything. Oh no, I really want to erase all the text.
I think. Yeah, I don't think you can select text once it's on the board.
That's okay. Okay, oh, and I can crop it. Nice, very nice.
Those note cards are kind of handy. Being able to just write on those and move them around.
Yeah, it's a good idea as well. Okay. All right, yeah, I'm communicating with my umpire through an image here. Our timer bot, I think, works pretty well. I don't think Alex quite has the hang of it yet. I wouldn't have the hang of it either, though. Um,
Right?
but I think we managed to at least start it, and it does seem to work. So um, it's really just understanding the commands for it. And the problem for Alex is he's overwhelmed with responsibility right now, directing the baby umpires and getting the game going. That he
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have time to mess with that timer bot. Um, but yeah, I think it's going to work pretty well. Is my gut feeling. So as far as messages, um, uh, I'm trying to remember the first part. Reinhard or whatever is the last name, but Lebrecht. Yeah,
Lebrecht, I
Lebrecht
think.
or whatever. He's working on integrating messaging into it, but I don't know how it's going to work, and I think that's really tricky. On the other hand, Heim, who is from Army University, he's working on um, a message bot for us as well. And I need to reach out and connect with him maybe sometime over this weekend and see how he's doing and what's going on with that. So, And I know they have some stuff that works more or less. Like I found some things that I think if you took like, this code from this bot over here and this bot over here and put them together, we might actually have, what we need, but I don't know how to do all that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway.
Yeah, because I wouldn't think, because it looks like the command turn is what starts the timer,
Mhm.
right? Yeah, as far as the messages, I mean, yeah, you wouldn't need to worry about the time it takes to deliver. You just need to worry about what turn to deliver. So if you just sit there and say, okay, deliver this message when the second time turn is activated, then that's like,
Mhm.
or turn +2, then it would just go, okay, then, it would just count how many times turn has been triggered.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, exactly. And then that's going to be a whole job, and it's probably going to be my
Right,
job as I oversee and run the game. And it's just one of those menial little things, but I'm just going to have to stay on top of it and do it.
right.
I'm going to have to do it
I mean,
20
is
times,
it
but
is it the worst thing though if the players are to like kind of self-regulate that in the sense that if the player says, I want to send a message to, core headquarters,
mhm.
and then the umpire just says, okay, that would take 2 turns. And then the person themselves just, writes message turn +2 or something. Because, I mean, is it terrible that the player knows how far away they are from their commander?
No, it's not the end of the world. And if the players remember and the players kind of pre-write the message rather than fudge it and write it on turn 2 or 3, because in at turn 2 or 3 they could include information that they wouldn't have had on turn 1. Um,
No, no, no. I'm talking about the variable itself, not telling them to deliver it themselves, but rather, like if
right.
the message bot, like it asks them, the person writing the message, how many turns to wait to deliver this, and then the player writing it just says deliver 2. Like they can say, ask the umpire how many turns to deliver, and the umpire just says put 2 or something.
Yeah,
You
one of
know.
the yeah, that can be done. But what I really want is, well, I'll skip what I really want. What I really want is for the player to be involved as little as possible. But
Yeah.
that can be done, and if we adjust the scale on this grid, which I think we're definitely going to do, because I don't know what the scale is. If it's a 5 or 10 minute walk or march, but we're using a 20-minute scale. So
Oh, 20.
yeah,
Okay.
so we need to adjust the grid for 20 minutes, and then um, we might even have. We could probably put more than one grid, right? We could put a light grid at uh, 20-minute intervals, and then a darker grid at 40-minute intervals, which represents courier traffic. Because if we say, well, the horse is going to go twice as fast,
Right.
and then there's probably not going to be that many grids, that many boxes. In which case,
Right.
then you're probably going to have no more than 3 turns for a message to be delivered, and that's assuming you're going across the whole map. And in reality, you're probably
Right.
not. So most messages will be 1 or 2 turns. So telling that to a player doesn't really give them a lot of information, because in one
Yeah,
turn,
that's
yeah,
kind of
that's a
what.
third of the map.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, yeah, like because it's like, yeah, if you sit there and say, well, it'll take 40 minutes, it's like, well, that's an enormous radius. Like 40 minutes north, 40 minutes south. It's like, yeah, that doesn't really give away a tactical advantage necessarily. Them knowing that. Um, but yeah, as far as the grid, you can only project one grid
Mm.
in game. But what we could do is put like kind of preload, like in Photoshop, put a grid on the map itself, and then have tabletop put a secondary grid.
Hmm.
I think the grid right now is set to 400 paces, but I think that was based on the 10 minutes that we had been using. So
Hmm.
presumably we would just double the size of the box for that.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to tweak that for sure. But then, yeah, that'll be all right. Okay, and he's not here. So I've got an update just narrating for everybody of what I see. So I've reached my little position here at the top of the ridge. I'm technically right here according to the map. And oh, he's the other way. He's like this. Okay, so he's here. And he's here with him. And these two units, I think, are going into line. So I think eventually they're going to end up like this, folks. So obviously there's baddies over here that they're lining up against. Okay. And then the rest of these guys are back here in some capacity. So I'm going to drop these units here in a group. It doesn't matter how I lay them out. This is certainly not their position, but because they're not relevant to the combat or my maneuvers or anything, I could move them off map. I could have them in a pile or a stack. It doesn't matter. That's all fine. Now from this picture, it also looks like my units are moving into position here along this ridge in some fashion. So, which is fine. Again, we don't need precision until we're close to the enemy, and even then, a general idea of the situation is usually satisfactory. It's usually sufficient. I have no idea how the artillery's making it, but I'm not going to worry about that either. I don't have eyes on the enemy, so I don't have to worry so much. I'm assuming my order to Sims Brigade has been received and is being acted upon, but anyway. Alex doesn't have the column on the flip side of these units.
Right. It's funny is that, I reached out to Alex last night, just saying that, if, you'll probably take the lead on building the module, but I'll continue to provide map updates or any other support. And Alex is like, well, probably the most important thing you could do is make better looking pieces for me.
These pieces aren't horrible.
So,
I think they're quite satisfactory. But they need the backside.
yeah. So what I was just gonna do is, I actually made new artillery pieces. Well, I'm not like reinventing the wheel. I'm really just kind of putting my own touch on the existing pieces.
Yeah, the artillery pieces do look a little bland.
So, I'll probably make a reverse side column as well.
Like they could use a little bit of color for trim. I'm looking at Cabell's battalion, and it's just like 3 colors on it. Technically
Right.
4, but none of them are pretty. They're not so attractive to look at.
Yeah, I was debating whether to put like the brass trim on it, like we had done previously.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's also kind of like there's important color information now on these that actually has a gameplay effect. So I wasn't sure whether or not to delve into that.
Yeah.
Basically, all I did so far is I replaced the Lego shaped cannonballs with the artillery, with the artillery piece silhouettes, and then just kind of put like a white highlight around everything just to make it pop off more. But I didn't add the red for artillery or anything yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so I don't have any eyes on the enemy, apparently. I don't know exactly how I'm positioned. Now I know more about how my comrades are positioned than myself. I've just been told that Sims Brigade confirms their orders, and that Barksdale's Brigade, which is this one here with the red trim, has formed up on the ridge to make room for the rest of the column. But I don't have the enemy in sight, so at this point, I believe we can move cross country, maybe to the Hagerstown Road. So now I need to draw this out for my umpire.
Marshall, have you seen these some of these updates Damon's been making to the started to make to the pieces?
No, but he was just telling me
They're kind of
he was gonna make some. He was saying that what you did, what looks so awful, he would rather play Candyland than Kriegspiel. You know,
Yep, we're getting
he would rather play
we're getting the game rolling.
shoots and ladders by himself than play Kriegspiel with these pieces. That's how ugly
Ooh,
they are.
that's low even as a joke.
I'm making it all
Trying
up
to even
though.
play.
In Damon's defense.
I know. Yeah, game's started well. We're having issues with people.
I'm sending pictures back to my umpire.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't care. let people do that. It's fine.
Yeah,
Especially with multiplayer games like this, because most of the orders will be textual.
yeah.
Yeah.
Also, how's the turnbot going?
Not working. I can't get it to start the turn.
Oh, well, I heard it start the turn. It played a little trumpet sound, and then that was it.
Oh, well, sorry. I started a turn, but then it wouldn't let me end the turn, so I haven't been able to start a new one.
You might not.
And
okay,
so I don't.
You need a command to end the turn early.
Yeah.
Yes, I thought finish did that, but it didn't.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I think finish ends the game.
Yeah, but it doesn't end the turn. Like, okay, so I thought it should, and that's what it says it does. But I ended the game, and then I started a new one, and it still said turn in progress.
Okay,
so,
what I would do, regardless of anything, just to give Lebrecht a test run, is run it for set it for 10 minutes and just let it run.
Yeah, I have it set for 10 minutes, and I'm about to do that.
Yeah, just
right.
let it run, and we ignore it. It doesn't mean anything. What we're doing is we're just making sure that everyone hears it. Can it be heard in the channel?
I think an easy fix to the code there would simply be that anytime that turn is invoked, it automatically ends the previous countdown and just starts a new one. Like, that's all that needs to be added, and it should take care of that. Okay, well, I have to bounce out, so have fun.
Okay, see you later, Damon. Have a great day.
I'll try to win.
Sure. If we can pull off everything and the umpires get trained up, that's the win.
Yes.
All right, guys.
Nice. All right, take care.
Okay, for everyone watching on YouTube, I have changed my orders because I think the enemy's around here, but I don't see him. So I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to go this way, and then ultimately, if the enemy is there, we can attack from the rear, which is fantastic. I have not received orders from my commander-in-chief telling me to do anything in particular. So as far as I assume, I'm okay acting on my own accord there, and I can do that. Okay. And I have another registration for the Grand Gettysburg campaign. Registration for the Grand Gettysburg campaign, just in case anyone's interested, is almost full. I have a few Union commands left, and then that's it. All the player slots have filled up in like 48 hours, maybe pushing 72 now. But in 3 days, the 30, 32, 33 slots or whatever that we have for the players, all filled up. We've got about a dozen umpires. We need about 8 more. And then we have the roster for the game. I will accept alternates as well as extra umpires because we are going to need more umpires. People who want to come in as alternates should a player cancel, drop out, no show, whatever. I'm happy to fill in a couple alternates. I don't think we'll have any, or if we do, it will be only a couple at most, probably alternate slots that we need to plug in on the day of. It's just possible. You got 30 people, someone's bound to be absent. But outside of that, I think that's going to be it. And worst case, if I have no alternates, we do what's called we bot the brigade. In other words, the brigade will behave in a logical fashion under the command of its corps commander. And that's fine. The game can still run. It's not going to break the scenario for us to be missing 1 or 2 people. We may have people who drop out early, and if I've got folks who are waiting in the wings who want to hop into command, and that's fine too. It would be like the commanding officer shot from his horse, and now the lieutenant has to step up. No problem. So that can be done. We can't add too many player slots on top of what we already have, because every player slot you add multiplies the workload for the umpires and stuff and makes the game take longer. And I think we're kind of at the upper limit of where we're comfortable with all of our slots. But we might push it a little, but I'm not going to make any guarantees. What we really need right now are the umpires. And if we can get about 8 to 10 more assistant umpires, then I think we can think about expanding the order of battle maybe by a couple slots or something, not much. But otherwise, yeah, it's basically full. And in fact, what we have right now is sufficient to run the event, including on the umpire side. Having more umpires will help it to run faster and more efficiently. But the umpires I do have are literally so good, we could just run it as it is. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. We still have 6-7 weeks before this event happens, and that's a long time to recruit people and train them up. But it's going to be a pretty epic event. All right, we've got 3 concurrent viewers. I want to say hi to everyone who's watching. I think I'm one of the concurrent viewers for all I know. I don't know. But what you're watching is a test run of our new Kriegspiel system called the ACW Brigade system, American Civil War Brigade system. Why are we creating a new system for Kriegspiel? Well, first of all, there's not a rule against it. Second of all, as long as you have the essential elements of Kriegspiel, it's a Kriegspiel. And those essential elements are, it's played double blind, multiple tables, umpired, with an emphasis on fog of war, delayed communication. You should be writing orders. Really, written orders is kind of the essence of Kriegspiel, actually. Even though we accept orders in various forms, like you can draw on your map or give it to us verbally, we're generally okay with that. But that is how we run it, and those are the essential components of a Kriegspiel. As far as the combat result tables and stuff like that, well, those are going to change with the time. That's why Kriegspiel was updated in 1862 because the weaponry had changed, so the results tables were different. And Free Kriegspiel was developed because 1824 and 1862 Kriegspiel just took a long time to play. It was painful. You have to remember, Kriegspiel wasn't developed as a game. It was actually developed as a training exercise. At least that's what the ultimate intention behind its development was, and that is ultimately how it was used. Even if back in 1812 it's kind of played as a game, it very quickly became a training exercise and was used for that purpose. And it wasn't about having fun, and the games could take a really long time. But because, number one, we play for fun, and because we don't have days and days to play this whole scenario, we've got to fit it into a block of time because we all have day jobs and other things to do. We have to kind of, make everything work. So that means we have to modify the rule set. Now, because we're American, at least those of us who are running a lot of this are Americans. Now, the International Kriegspiel Society is truly international. But we are, I'm an American, and the people who are helping me the most with building these things are all Americans. So we're using the American Civil War because that's what we know even better than the Napoleonic Wars. That doesn't mean we can't and won't do Napoleonic and European stuff, or that our European members, who, by the way, are helping. They're building modules for our Discord and doing other things for us. But anyway, we just kind of focus in on the American Civil War. And obviously the combat result tables and everything are much different than they would be for the Napoleonic Wars. So we've basically come up with a system that works. We have our own form of Kriegspiel dice, which are based on what would be realistic and all of that, and that's what we are using. So yeah, so we've developed our own system. It's based on what's called the SoCal system, the Southern California system, which is a system that's designed to be played quickly with a few umpires and lots of players. And it's also a blend of 1824 and 1862 Kriegspiel updated for the Civil War. So basically, you put all those elements together and you shake them up, and you have a whole new system for Kriegspiel. And it still has all the essential elements that make a Kriegspiel that you would see in Free Kriegspiel. And it works. And it's and what we're really doing is beta testing. We know it works, but we do want to. I see that the timer bot has possibly been invoked, but there it is. Yeah. Okay. There's the audio cue. Great. Okay. All right. But anyway, it works, but we want to iron out any kinks in the system in the next 2 months before the big game. Okay. I have a report from my commander. And he says, Peach order crossing 1120 to me, blah, blah, blah. The enemy has been spotted to the north along the Emmetsburg Road, which is this road here. Advance north and try to flank the enemy from the west. Okay? Yeah. So that's actually what I'm already doing. I'm actually already doing that. So that's wonderful. Okay. And here we are. My units are on the move. So let's... Oop. Oop. I don't know. It's... this can't pop up there. I'm seeing everybody. Here's everybody's stuff. All right, here we go. See, I'm trying to click on the grab, and it's taking me into the Discord. Which, by the way, I didn't know that feature worked that way. That's convenient. But anyway, I need to click that, and I need to update my pieces. So I have a picture, which actually shows these units right about here, a little further back. And these guys are down here. They're right about there. Okay. So they're on the move. I would expect my artillery to have a hard time of this. My artillery train would theoretically have to go around or something. I don't know if they're going to move it around or what. But this is not a smart decision for me with respect to my artillery, which should be moving across country in the open terrain. Now, my umpires might be just fudging it and giving it to me. That's not something they should do. So, I'm going to be very clear and tell my umpire, okay. So here it is. I'm saying orders. Artillery for all brigades is to make use of open terrain and roads when practical. Do not move directly through woods unless it cannot be avoided. Alright, yeah, I don't want my artillery to get disrupted or get stuck in the woods. Something like that. Obviously. Obviously, the artillery commander would at least find a trail or something to move through these wooded areas. However, my umpire might not be doing that. Now, he might be fudging it and just moving it through. I don't know. But that shouldn't be happening. So I just want to make sure. I want to play properly. And educating the umpire as well is not a bad idea. Now, my umpire, Comrade Otovsky is his name, is actually, he's in the Finnish military, and he's actually built this very beautiful Kriegspiel module for a battle that took place, I think, in Scandinavia or something. That I only had one quick look at the module, but the pieces he made for the module are beautifully designed. They look gorgeous, and those pieces were so beautiful. We got his permission to copy his design for our pieces. So the pieces that you're looking at, the little flag here in the corner, are actually inspired by Otovsky's module, which I believe is available on the Steam Workshop for Tabletop Simulator, but I'm not sure. I think it's there. I don't know how you find it, though. I don't know what the name of it is or anything, and I don't know that he has it under Kriegspiel. And it could be that he built the module and he hasn't published it yet, so don't be disappointed if you don't find it or see it, because he might not have released that yet. But anyway, I want to give him credit for the overall design of the pieces. Now, we've taken his design and we've tweaked it for our own use. So you'll notice certain things here. For example, you see the color band up here, that red band? That is elite with the 3 stars. The 3 stars and the red mean the same thing. It's just a redundancy. Here you have the yellow. They're trained. Is there one with 2 stars? Yep. This salmon color, that means they're veteran. Okay. And then there would be no star, and it would have a white band if they were poor, of poor quality for some reason. And as these units fight and take disruption, their band color is actually going to change. They're actually going to be reduced. And what's really going to happen is there's going to be a little marker like this that will be put down on the unit. So when they take 2 disruption hits, and disruption just means that, they're in combat, they suffered some casualties, there are some consequences or whatever, then the unit becomes, he won't throw the red die, now he'll throw the yellow die, is what this means. Okay, and the dice, of course, are also color-coded. These are Kriegspiel dice. Everything's kind of baked into them. The red dice throw more hits, and so on, down to the basic dice, which are here. And you have D10s and D8s. And the D8s are when you're in an advantaged situation, you have better odds of hurting the enemy. And the D10s are when you're in a disadvantaged or even situation. I don't know what the black die is for. That's something new. You'll have to tell me. The green dice are melee dice. But I just had a thought. We should probably do with these disruption markers is put the stars on them. I don't know. I don't know if the X's should be stars. I'll propose that. We have to think that through. Now, I don't know if that's 2-minute warnings or time up. But that could be 2-minute warning. And then there'll be a time up. And then the whole turn repeats. And it's a thing I call the cadence. Let's talk about the cadence, I guess. The cadence is a term that I use to describe the overall pace of the game, kind of like the pace of the march. And Dave Pumphouse, welcome. I assigned you, I think, to the Union today for Grade Gettysburg, Dave. And Dave has a great little YouTube channel called Dave Pumphouse. It's his name. And you can probably find that or look it up. We'll have to get a link to it put up on our website once we get our resources page kind of ironed out. But yeah, he's one of our influencers. Yeah, go check his stuff out and subscribe to his YouTube. It's kind of cool. He has an episode where he talks about Kriegspiel. I think he broadcast our Lynchburg game from a week or so ago. I could be wrong, but I think that happened. I'm pretty sure it did. Anyway, regardless, check out Dave Pumphouse on YouTube and subscribe to his channel. All right, cadence. Let's talk about cadence. So for me, cadence is the term, again, for kind of the overall cycle that a turn goes through. In wargaming, turns are broken up into impulses. Okay, so there you go. There is the in-turn sound. That's the end of the turn. And so we know that works. That's wonderful. That's a 10-minute timer and it works. Now we know that that's the end of the player cadence, and then the umpire 10 minutes begins. And the umpires get 10 minutes to process all the orders that we've sent them. And at this point in time, then message traffic would be delivered to the players. So that's how the cadence goes. The cadence goes, it starts with the game opens, the players have an initial situation or report. The players have 10 minutes to give their orders to the umpires. And then the umpires will collect those orders by various means. So usually the umpire is going to come into the room and say, all right, the game is starting. Do you have any initial orders? And the players may say yes, no, whatever. They give their orders if they have them. At the end of the 10 minutes, okay, the umpires then have 10 minutes to go through and they report the orders to a master umpire, and the master umpire just total sneeze out of the blue, bless me, huh? The umpire comes and the master umpire, to whom the assistant umpires report, kind of takes the orders from the two sides, kind of averages everything out, determines what's going to happen, rolls dice, does whatever to resolve them. Once the order is resolved, the master umpire then tells the assistant umpires, here's the result. Okay, at the end of the umpire turn, the assistant umpires go to the players, and this is at the beginning of the player turn, and tells the players, here's what happened. And then the players have the remainder of the 10 minutes to decide what they want to do and issue new orders if they have new orders. And then once that's done, it repeats. The cycle just repeats for so many turns for the duration of the game. And that's the cadence, more or less. But the cadence basically is this sort of this dance or this choreographed movement where the umpires go to the players, get the orders, bring the players back to the master umpire. The master umpire resolves the orders, gives the results to the assistants. The assistants go back to the players, deliver the reports to the players, and the players have to decide what to do next. And in the middle of all that, there's also message traffic going back and forth. And ideally, messages, dispatches between commanders, will arrive during the umpire turn. So there's a natural delay in when the message arrives. You don't get a message the same turn it's sent. So there's a delay, and then you have the 10 minutes during the umpire turn. As a player, you have that time to read the message and decide how you want to respond, and to write a response and send it off, which will then be delivered at the earliest on the next turn when that next turn starts. So that's kind of how it works overall. That's what I call the cadence. And usually it's 10 minutes and 10 minutes is kind of how we're working it now. So it's 10 minutes for players, 10 minutes for umpires, and then it's the next turn. So each turn is 20 minutes in length. However, if the system allows it, if we have enough helpers and the players are making their moves and so on as they should, we could actually change that so that it's faster. It could be a shorter cadence, like 8 minutes. But I don't know. I think maybe 5 minutes would be just about the shortest you could make that. So, because it just takes time to do everything, even if it's just a few players.
Hi, Marshall.
Hello.
I have ridden over to you.
All right. What do you have for me, Felix?
Well, I think you have gotten my message already that we have encountered the enemy, and Peter is gonna engage them. And yeah, ideally, you have advanced quite far. I guess ideally you could flank them from this position, kind of into their right flank.
Yes, I gave an order to them. I'll message you my order, a picture of my order, since we're together. And so I've just messaged it to you on your chat.
Yep.
That's my overall plan. I issued that order before I even received your orders.
Right.
But now, if you want to amend it, now is the time to make changes.
Well, I think that if you do that, you will probably be in the back of the enemy.
Okay, that's good if we have time, but if we don't have time,
Right.
I might have to end the movement sooner, hook sooner. So, what do you want me to do?
I think maybe you could go on this dirt road that both your columns are advancing to, where they will join each other again, and then continue on that road and not go to the main road.
Okay. And then, do you want me to come out on the Emmetsburg and turn back towards the enemy then on Emmetsburg Road? Or I guess I'll see. I guess when I come out of these woods,
Yeah.
I'll see.
So my expectation is that you will then have the enemy line in front of you. Maybe.
Okay. I will issue these new orders to my commands, sir.
Okay. Yeah, and so just so you know, I will take the cavalry on the right flank, and Peter will basically be our center, and then we'll see how it goes.
Okay, I'm going to send you here just in a second the screenshot. Save orders 3. Okay, I'll send you the screenshot just to confirm with you that I have the correct understanding. So you can have a look at that.
Yeah.
And if that looks correct to you, I'm going to send my
Yep, that looks good.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Good luck.
All right. Okay, and everybody watching on YouTube, you just saw how Kriegspiel works. I got new orders. I'm going to obey them. I've checked everything out. I've drawn the picture for my commander. And I have somebody knocking at my door. So I have to go answer my door. And I will be right back. All right, I am back. Let's see here. All right. So, as it turns out, this unit here is actually here. But I don't think that makes a big difference. So we will just use this main route. The umpires will adjust that. I don't have to issue a new order. And these gentlemen are around here. They're right here. Hopefully I'm at the head of the column, but who knows? In fact, if I look closely at my picture, I am. I'm close. I'm right here. Okay, fair enough. All right. Yeah, the umpire's map matters. I can put pieces wherever I want to put them on my map, but it's what the umpires have up that matters most of all. All right. Yeah, if anyone has any questions or comments, go ahead and drop them into the YouTube chat. I am able to see those when I check on them, and I will reply to you. I will happily reply. Okay, let's see what's going on next. Dave is making dinner. My gosh, I guess Dave must live in Europe. Making dinner already. I wonder what's for dinner. I just had breakfast, Dave. Crazy. I had coffee and waffles. Just the little ones you put in the toaster, Eggo waffles. So today's Kriegspiel is brought to you by Eggo waffles and Starbucks coffee, all made at home. So there you go. And what syrup did I use on my waffles? Whatever. No big deal. All right. All right, let's see here. Just waiting. I kind of wish I could be in the Empire room, checking out what's going on. And I don't think they're using the timer app. That might be a little much. I need to figure where I could run the timer, because I could run the timer for him. Oh, looks like a game is currently in progress. Hey, that's wonderful. So the timer bot is running. All right, I'm going to ask if there is a way to know how much time is remaining. That's something that Lebrecht might want to program in there. I'm going to just tell him that. And then okay, so I'm writing in the chat. Build in the All right. So I'm writing into the little timer chat to tell the guy who's done the timer for us what we're asking for in terms of features, just to kind of tweak this to get it really working the way we want it to work. So there we are. All right, I have to check on my where is my here we where am I? Oh. Starting turn 2, 10 minutes remaining. There we go. Okay, so I just started a turn. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I hope I'm not throwing everything off. Where is my CSA1 game channel. Where is my channel? Huh. Okay, now I'm looking at my comrades. But where is CSA1? Oh gosh. So I think my Discord is bugging on me. It's got a bug. My Confederate channels have all disappeared. Alright. That's weird. What a bug. Alright, I have to disconnect from Discord and reconnect. That's still gone. Alright, I have to disconnect and reconnect. Alright, let's see here. Let me... I think that did it. And now we're restarting Discord. That's a weird bug. I've not seen that happen, but yeah, my chat channels just disappeared. And every channel that I went to, it was just gone. Here's CSA 2, which I'm not really supposed to be in there. Now it just disappears. Oh my gosh, it's weird. Alright, well here's where we go to the task manager, right? And now I don't have my anything. Okay, I hope I didn't mess up the stream now. I think we're still streaming. My goodness. Alright, Dave Pumphouse is doing bacon and pasta today. And he's going to publish the Colchester Kriegspiel game he's running. Yeah, that's the best part of umpiring is seeing everybody kind of trip out and be like, hey, oh my gosh, what's next? What do I do? You know, how they grapple with the fog of war. That's good stuff. All right, okay, I still have to close out Discord and come back. So I've closed out the Discord. I don't know. I've got some weird bug with my Discord. I can't see 2 of the 3 Confederate chat channels. Alright, so I'll let everyone see my Discord for a minute, and if I go here, see how there's a Union 1, 2, and 3? There should also be a Confederate 1, 2, and 3. And here's the voice, but these are game channels, and there's no Confederate game channels. It's only the voice. Here they are. Well, there you go. I see how that works. So only when there's a message to be read does it highlight. Otherwise, it disappears. It minimizes. So I made the error of minimizing this somehow without realizing it. I must have hit this. And that's why I couldn't see anything. If I go there, There, it works. Okay. All right. Now I know what I did to break my game. Okay. I'm still just waiting for updates. I started another turn. We'll probably hear the 2-minute warning here in a bit, and then we'll hear the in-turn timer, which tells us that it works. Interesting stuff. And look this, we have three different people now in the Confederate Private 2. I wonder if someone named Brendan, that's my son's name, I wonder if he is an assistant umpire. Let's see here. New unreads, voice chat text. Oh, great. So Lebrecht just saw my commentary, and I think he's going to reply. I don't know if he can update that code while we're playing, though, which is fine. Again, this is a chance to test it. We can turn the bot off, update it, and turn it back on, no problem. Let's see what he has to say, though. I'm pretty sure all those features can be added to this, and it'll work great. All right, more registrations for the game. Okay, so that's the 2-minute warning. Great, so now we have, Lebrecht has already updated the bot, but he has to end the turn and then reset the bot and then put it back in. So basically he has to do the update and then relaunch it. No, but this is wonderful. And let me let Alex know. There we go. Okay. Okay. So that's all good news. Look, I have a message. I hear fire of rifles and guns northeast and gunpowder smoke rising thousands of paces away. Sizable battle has definitely begun. You spot Union cavalry running northeast along the road. Okay, so we have an update. And there's Union cavalry out here. Okay, it says Union cavalry out here. Actually, right about there. I dropped it just about the exact location. And I have this unit here on the road here. And these guys are actually crossing through right here. Okay, so not a bad idea. And I am in the woods, enjoying the shade for sure. And these guys are presumably moving around there. And then here we go. So this is my current situation. And we are moving up. Now, it would benefit us for me to get into the fight quickly. Which means, if there's a fight going on right here, I want to get out through here just about as quickly as I can. Get online and engage. That's huge. The problem is, I'm not sure. If I ride out here where I can see the fight, and I ride out ahead of my column, I will alert the enemy that I'm coming. Even though this cavalry unit here probably spots me, he's not necessarily going to get a message back here in time to make a big difference. What I need to do is these guys need to hurry. These guys need to hurry. So, alright, so I do have an order that I like to give when I want my men to hurry but not necessarily run, called quick time. Not the double quick, quick time. So I need them to move a little faster and get into action. And I think this brigade here, Barksdale's brigade, should be the one to do it. So I'm going to create a new order and a new screenshot. Okay, and 1.5 times. And then I need another color. And those will be 1 time. Okay, goodness. I hope that's intelligible. 1x. And actually, there should be these little tokens here. Draw one of these. Draw one of these. And copy. And the reason is I don't want them to run at the double quick. But I might just get stuck with that. There's only so much that the game can do. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here now. Let's give my new orders. Okay, I want Barksdale. Okay, so I've given my order. I want Barksdale to move into action at the quick time, not double quick, but quick time, I specify. And I want the other two brigades to move at a standard pace. Now, I don't know if the umpires will grant me double or quick time. But let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see what happens. If the drawing of lines on here looks really messy, and you can tell it looks messy, right? It's like I'm trying to draw with a marker that's running out of ink. The reason is because the table is in 3D. And okay, so the new game turn is starting. And we'll get that ironed out. But it looks like the functionality we want is built in now and it's working. Alex has just ended the timer, it seems. I keep seeing these little pop-ups in my corner. But regardless, let me check the bot test. Okay, so it's just started. Okay, no problem. Anyway, again, things seem to be working. Time's up, turn one finished, use turn to count again. Either way, okay. Okay, so that's the end of the turn. I think maybe that was a test. All right, but it's all coming together. It's great. It's great to see. All right. So there we go. There's my orders. I'm trying to get in behind these Union troops without them seeing me and hit them from the rear. And if I can do that, then we can really turn the battle. So let's see here. And the heck of it is I'll be going in with my elite brigade. Okie dokie. It's ketchup and mustard here on the map. I just hope I get to the battle in time to do something. I almost wish I were umpiring so I could work that timer bot, but we have plenty of time. We do have time, and today's test of the timer bot is giving it, gosh, I think it works. That's all I can say, even though we're not really able to practice with it. And even if we could practice with it with a bunch of new umpires, it doesn't necessarily mean that we would be doing 20-minute cadence overall. Because there's education that has to happen during the game, which is why we're running this game. It's an opportunity for people to learn how to umpire, and that means that, Alex is going to have to teach them, and then he's going to have to remind them. There's going to be remediation of certain things that they missed or didn't quite catch or understand. There's going to be questions, and that's going to take longer. Okay, I'm being told now that the game time is 1300. Oh no. Oh no, folks, you're gonna here's a picture. I'll move this over to I'm coming out behind them. See here I am coming out behind them, behind the action. Oh, that's a disaster. Should have followed my original plan. But my orders were to change everything, to come out over here. But now the fight is over here. It's much closer to Gettysburg. Oh well. It's over here and I'm coming late to the party now. Oh no. What do we do now? Okay. Okay, so I'm being told from my commanding officer, your current plan will mean you come out behind our line. If possible, continue further north as you had originally planned to flank the enemy. All right. And then Ottovosky is telling me there's only the double quick symbol, but no worries. So he's kind of caught it. We're going to have to make a quick time marker. Okay, so everything has changed. So now I have to redo the plan. Now this is very common in real war and in Kriegspiel and all of that. There should be no frustration over this. This is just par for the course, as we would say in English. All right, so here we go. I'm going to put my blocks here. My leader avatar is out here in the front where it needs to be, which is nice. Okay. And these guys are just here. Technically, he's like right here, and he's a little further back here like that. All right, no problem. No big deal. All right, so I'm sorry, guys. You're getting quite the workout. And that's part of the downside, too, is you run your troops, you make them hurry up, and then you get there and the situation's changed, and now what do? And you don't want them to be all tired and exhausted. I think I'm missing a battery somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe I only have 2 batteries. One. Yikes. Did it fall through the table? Goodness, I don't know. But worrying about the exact placement of a battery is not the division commander's problem. Since the battery is under the brigade command, the brigade commander will handle that. So I'm not going to worry about it. Where the heck are these guys? These guys... Oh, they're right here. Getting this map lined up is a bit of a chore. But they are right here at the Fitzer farm. Okay. Alright, so there we go. So my units have moved pretty darn quickly the way I want them to move, which I'm pretty happy about that. But now I need to give new orders. So the new orders will be at regular time. Okay, here's that. And we're just going to take the standard pace markers. There's no sense in running the troops. You get punished if you run the troops. While we want them to be over here already, that's just not going to happen. And my commander-in-chief just made a mistake by changing what I was already doing, which is a pretty good idea, but he didn't know, and that's the fog of war. That's what makes Kriegspiel fun, is this fog of war element where you just don't know what's going on. See, now my snipping tool's not working the way it should. Here we go. Oh man, why ain't it working? I've done multiple snips and it just doesn't want to stick. I tell you folks. Here we go. Alright, I don't know why that was so weird. Crop it a little better. Hit the check mark. Save it as orders 5. Alright, there we go. There we go, there's the new orders. Gosh, you know, I wonder if I need to use a different color. That yellow just doesn't show up so well. But I'm pretty redundant. You see how I wrote 1x, 1x? I put the standard pace markers on here. I can also type in there. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. So that's how easy it is to issue orders here in Kriegspiel. It's not hard. If we wanted to be really strict, we would give everyone, tell everyone they have to write the orders. And we're thinking of preparing a way to do that. I don't know if we want to make everyone write orders or if we're going to accept drawings from umpires, which I'm kind of okay with. If it's quick and it gets the point across, yeah, I'm fine with that. Now, this is with respect to Kriegspiel, which is actually an exercise in writing orders, historically. But remember, we're playing it as a game. And the written orders is not an essential component of the Kriegspiel, and it's not why we're playing the Kriegspiel. If writing orders according to a certain format were the exercise, then yes, we would require that. But because we're playing it as a game, the exercise doesn't focus on the writing orders aspect of Kriegspiel. It focuses more on the maneuver and coordination aspect of Kriegspiel. So, because of that, we can be liberal about how we accept orders from the players. And for me, the greater consideration is time and clarity. I have to be able to know what you want to do, and I need you to be able to communicate it to me clearly and quickly. And if you can do that better through a picture than you can by typing it out, then that's fine. Or maybe you'll describe it to me. But either way, it's all just fine. So here we go. Now, I expect that the enemy just infests this region right here. They're all over here. And in fact, they probably control a wider region like this. And what's important for me here is this ridge right here that I'm writing in blue. I'm going to have to do something on that ridge. It's called Seminary Ridge. It's a strategic point in the historic Battle of Gettysburg as well. And I'm going to have to control it. In fact, I think Pickett's charge took place around here somewhere. Yeah, I think it went in like this, something like this. Actually, where's the angle? I think this is the angle here, isn't it? It's been a while. And there's the location called the Copse of Trees. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's right around here somewhere. That was the focus of Pickett's charge. All right, let's erase all these lines. It's getting cluttered here. I don't have any new updates. Let's take a look at the bot. No bot. There's a new Kriegspiel meme posted. Okay. All right, there we go. All right. Let me see here. I need to go back to my own chat. Here we are. Okay, so we're just waiting. And again, I don't know how long we have to wait, which is why it's important to have the umpires on a timer too. But Alex might not want to have the umpires on a timer because he's coaching them. And I understand that. This is pretty early in our workup for the Grade Gettysburg campaign. But by August, we absolutely positively have to be on that 10-minute timer discipline. Otherwise, the game isn't going to work. And my job as the big organizer is, well, my job is everything. But I'm responsible for that, and that's huge. And if we don't stick that landing, that's a big failure. We don't want that. So I have to stick that landing. I have to stick that 10-minute timer. We have to stick to it. My dog is going crazy. That means only one thing. My dog is looking out the upstairs window and has noticed that other human beings exist. Demeter! Get down. Get down. Oh, that's a person. She's walking her dog. Come on, get down. Get down. Get out of there. Yep, there we go. Yeah, Yeah, you know that you're not the only dog in the world now. Boy, that would be upsetting to me too. If I ever learned Demeter that I wasn't the only person in the world, I would be really upset to learn that. Isn't that right, Argos? You weren't barking, were you? You're a good boy. Just Demeter going crazy. Alright, back to my game. The dogs are handled. Let's check the YouTube. Those trees by Seminary Ridge look like a nice defensible position for the enemy, says Dave. And he's right. He is correct, which is why I don't want to waste time getting there. And there are ways to deal with that, if the enemy is there before me. But I believe he's talking about these trees here. And theoretically, all of this is a pretty good defensible position, but I don't see the enemy up there, and the enemy might not know that I'm even here, even though the cavalry here knows. And because the enemy, mentally, he's going to be on this he's doing this in his brain. He's probably not thinking about doing that in his brain. If he does, this is an afterthought. This is the main worry for him right now in his head, I'm pretty sure. That being said, he is closer to here than I am for sure. And if he decides this is what we're going to do, we're going to defend here, which I don't think he would because he'd probably be afraid about the enemy doing this. But if he does that, I got a couple options. What are my options? Right off the top, I can do this. Okay, there's that. I can also do this. And since I don't know what concentration he has, I could theoretically do that. But probably I'm more likely to come around here, flank around to his left, because the spirit of my orders is to get around behind him here, even if I have to go here. Come in from behind him. So that's what I'm going to try to do. But I also have to get into the fight. I can't have two divisions versus 3 Union divisions, and my division is just taking a leisurely country stroll to the west of Gettysburg. Can't do that. That's ridiculous. I've got to get into the fight, even if it means I'm in a somewhat disadvantaged position. I'll have to find a different way to find an advantage if I have to ultimately fight him, even at a disadvantaged terrain situation. But I think that's a great analysis, Dave. You're right. Seminary Ridge is a good defensive position for him. Now, I could give an order to move along this ridge, but that's bad. First of all, I'd be going through trees, taking disruption and stuff as I go. Second of all, the enemy, since I would be at the crest of that ridge, would probably see me doing that, so he would know that I'm coming. If I'm back here, like this, then the enemy doesn't see me because I'm screened by the terrain. The cavalry sees me, but the cavalry it has to send reports back, which means that there's a little bit of a delay. If I'm up here, though, he sees me in real time. So this is probably the better way to do it. The cavalry I can handle pretty easy, drive them back, and push through around here. That's the goal. But we'll see. Either way, Dave is correct. Seminary Ridge is going to be important to the battle to come. And it's already important because it's providing me with cover. And while it's blocking my view of the enemy, I think I can assume where the enemy is. I don't have to have eyes on him. I kind of know where he's at. So we'll see. But yes, it's an important situation. Okay, let's go back here and see if I have an update. I do. Okay, my support is urgently needed. Apparently, enemy forces are on the road to our east, and my support is urgently needed. So this is the order that I did not want to get. That worries me. That my commander isn't going to give me the time to get around to the enemy rear and attack him from the most advantageous position. Instead, we have that 3-on-2 disadvantage happening, and my commander really wants to be in the fight now. So that means this is going to have to happen. So, he's saying I hear less and less gunfire to the east. Okay. So, I need to update my map and draw new orders. Okay. So, I am hearing that this unit. Ooh, I'm seeing a real disconnect between. Okay, so these guys are here. Like this. Okay, these gentlemen are here like this. In fact, they're further back. They're here like that. Okay. And then this unit, these 3 brigades, are over here. And they're actually almost to the road. So let's put them right about there. Okay. And I'm not going to worry about these supply markers. Because they're just markers. They're not actually units on the map. They reflect how much supply the men are carrying at the moment. Okay, I've got 2 batteries that are completely off the map, so I'm assuming they're together back here or they're lost. This is a problem for me to be losing my batteries like this, especially in spite of the order that I gave. I'm not happy about that. There is 1 battery here. And I'm assuming these other 2 units are back here somewhere in some capacity. I don't know why this unit ever came apart from the lead unit, why it's back here, but that's what it is. So, alright. So now I have to give new orders. And the cavalry unit that was here is no longer here. So we're just going to move him back here. All right. So the new orders are going to be, I'm going to move these out of the way so they don't interfere with any screenshot. And I am going to here. Okay. And then these guys and try orange. Okay, we're going to give that order. Now, he is to move at standard pace. He is to move at standard pace. And he is to move at quick time. And okay, here we go. I want to zoom this in as much as I can. Now I'm going to man, why doesn't this screenshot work? Goodness. I keep trying to take the screen cap. Even the full window snip doesn't work. Oh, be gosh darn. It just doesn't want to work. Alright, hang on. I see your note, Dave. I want to take a look at that too. But first I have to capture this screenshot. Oh, man. What happens if I manually pull up the snipping tool? There we go. File, say as order 6. Okay, I hope that's not too complicated. I don't like having to issue orders every turn like this. However, the situation is very fluid and dynamic, and this is actually kind of the important decision. Where I'm going to commit my troops is probably the single biggest decision you make in any Kriegsspiel. So there is going to be a lot of refinement. Now, once you're in battle, then you're kind of in, and that is what it is. But the run up to the battle can be very there can be a lot of orders. So okay, so that's that. Let's see what happens. And let's take a look at my YouTube. Would be going too far to the left and risk overextending your forces and potentially losing contact with the other brigade already engaged. So Dave is talking about if I were to move over here, wouldn't I be losing contact? And the answer is yes, to some degree, almost certainly. However, the payoff of coming in behind the enemy, which would almost certainly result in his destruction, is great enough to warrant the gamble. But unfortunately, we just don't have the time to do that. We just don't. We can't. We're not going to get to do it. We've got the order we didn't want, which is to move through here. So we're just going to have to go in like this. So we'll see what happens. Part of it too is I'm pretty confident in my own abilities, so I'm not too worried about losing contact. I mean, I know what the general intent is. I know what my commander wants to do, what we're trying to do, which in this case is actually just find, fix, and destroy the enemy. And it looks like we've pushed him initially, but the tone of the message from my commander suggests to me that it's at least an even fight. If not, we're at a disadvantage. And if that's the case, I need to get there quickly to turn the tide of battle. Because if I delay much more, we're going to lose, and I'm going to end up walking into a losing situation where I'm the one that's outnumbered, and I'm not going to last long in battle. My units might have a great first round, and then they're going to crumple. So we need to get in there and hit them. And hopefully, again, if the enemy is on this sort of this axis here, east-west axis, then I'm going to catch him in the flank and destroy him. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay. So I've sent my orders in. I haven't received anything back. All right, let's see here. So just waiting. So this downtime in which we wait is the reason for the 10-minute timer. If we're on a 20-minute cadence. And it took me like 5 minutes to kind of do my thing. And maybe there'd be about 5 minutes of downtime, or ideally during that time I'm getting messages or I'm writing another message or whatever. But then at the end of all that, the umpires have 10 minutes to work. And really during that 10 minutes is when I should be receiving my new dispatches and replying to them. I wonder if I should reply to my commanding officer. The problem with sending him a reply is I feel like it's a waste because he's going to see me come over Seminary Ridge before the courier even arrives. So why tell him that I'm coming? He's going to see me before he gets the word. Okay, I'm being told it's now 1:40. We're making really good time in terms of game time on the clock. So things are progressing pretty well. Okay, so all I got was a time update. I did not get any kind of a report on my movement, but I imagine that's forthcoming. Testing. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry, my mic cut out. Okay, so we're in a fight against some Union troops, and it's these guys with the diamonds, one of them. And I don't know which batch in particular. We're just going to grab this first batch here, and we're going to drop them here opposite me. And from the look of the picture, we've got the better of this fight. Actually, here. And they're more like this, and they've actually already taken a number of hits and disruption. Okay. And the rest of the order doesn't need to be changed. So I've ordered my units to just push attack. I don't need to give any additional orders. So we'll just see what happens. Okay. Still a chunk of down time. I just had to get up and step away for a moment. But it looks like the forces that are opposing me are pretty weak. They've already been previously engaged, hit, and chewed up. It appears to be they've thrown together what may be a hasty defense. So we're going to go straight in and push them, attack them. And then we are going to have the rest of my forces come up very quickly, and maybe form to my left and envelop the enemy. But I need to give those orders. I don't think I need to give a new order, though, because the existing orders should suffice to accomplish that. So let's see here. Let's see what happens. We're going to let this game progress one more turn before we worry about orders. But the good news about all of this is that I have Seminary Ridge. The enemy doesn't have that key position. I have it. So he's on the low ground. Now there's a null here, 432 feet. So that could be a key position, but no, he's actually behind it. Looking from this here, he's actually further behind. It's more like he's here. More like he's here. And then my units are here. Okay. So naturally, though, what should happen is these other units should get a pin, come out here and here like that, which is our big win. That's big for us. Now he might have some dirty surprise for us, but I don't think so. And these units that I've hit are already in a weakened state. So, like I said, when I get into battle, I'm probably going to have a really good initial turn. But then after that, I'm not so sure. Okay, but let's see here. All right. We do have some cool little markers to show that, hey, we're fighting. Draw. We have this cool little smoke marker. And if we copy it, and the unit sizes are actually tweaked. For example, let me take a look here. This unit here is in that state. And I think all these units are in the next state, which is this smaller state. And what that indicates is that, hey, they've taken some losses and they're reduced. I also see on here that they have some disruption markers on the pieces. I'll show you. I'll show you what my site picture looks like. Now, this is more information, though, than what I should have in the fight. It's just not gonna, that's as big as it's gonna get. I shouldn't see these markers here on the enemy like this, and I shouldn't see these dice. However, it's a training game, and we'll figure out how to clean that up later. That has to be part of the protocol, though, part of the steps that we go through to remove that sort of metadata, if you will, that other information that I should not have. But anyway, my orders are to attack, and these guys are going to collapse. They're not going to survive. Now, these guys are going to take hits too, though. They're going to come down a step. And then what's behind them and what's forming to, their flank here will determine what happens next. So this next turn is actually very crucial. There's not a lot I can do. Remember, the big decision you get to make in Kriegspiel is where do I want to commit my troops? But then once you commit, you're kind of locked in. And you can't go around doing much more than that. Once you send your men in, they're basically outside of your control. And that's the end of it. So all right, let's see here. Still nothing yet. It is fun to play, even though it's just a practice game. Ziegler's Grove. I wonder if that's the copse of trees. So I think this is the angle here, isn't it? Or here? I guess I could look up a map of Pickett's charge while we do this. Here's the angle right here. I'm looking at a map. And then Ziegler's Grove, yeah, is right here. So Pickett's charge would have happened, obviously, right in here. Here's the angle, which was the focus of the attack. And then Ziegler's Grove was kind of on the edge. of where they were going in, although there were Confederate units out here as well. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool to see that. Now, I wonder if they're trying to hold Cemetery Ridge, but they're not. If our guys are like this, pushing this way, they're not holding Cemetery Ridge. They're losing it. So, interesting. But it looks like we're hitting them on two flanks. I hope. I don't see what my guys are doing to my right. So that's important information that I kind of should have. And things like this are stuff we have to iron out. Again, we've got new umpires, but we're going to have to iron out sort of a bigger sight picture. Like there should be some knowledge, even if I don't have eyes on, I should roughly know what's going on to my right, especially in my line of sight. So that's why we're running these games. We've got to dial everything in, get the umpires trained up, and make sure. Okay. All right. Now we have a picture, and it doesn't look good for me. The air is filling with lead, and the fields are covered in smoke. The bodies pile up, but Barksdale's brigade holds. Well, it doesn't look from the. It looks like they're both in a reduced state, like that. Semmes' brigade has responded to the battle unfolding and is quickly marching down the hill into a battle line. The artillery has arrived and is quickly taking position. The head of Kershaw's brigade column is looking for gaps to fill. Okay, so Semmes' brigade is marching down the hill into battle. And they should be right here. And they're actually kind of moving at the double quick. So they're somewhere over here, it looks like. So they're there. The artillery is somewhere going into action, like around here. And in fact, I finally see the two batteries. So the two batteries are not lost. They're just somewhere from behind. I don't know. And these guys are trying to move in over here. Okay. So they're coming online here. Now I have a message from a courier from Frey. Position Emmetsburg Road. So he's here, on this road here. Marshal, the battle is against us. Well, sir, if you think so, you'd best not say so. I'm moving my left brigades to support my right. I'm hoping this will give you space to move on my left. So he's going to give up room here, and he wants me to fill in. The problem is I'm committed on my left. So that's going to open a hole where the enemy could potentially envelop me to the right. That's not good. That's a disaster. So, because what's going to happen is something like this, right? The bad guys are here. Like that. The good guys, meaning my team, are we the baddies, are here, but he's going to move some of his units this way. which means there's going to be a hole right here that's going to be created. And that hole's actually going to get bigger. And the problem is then the enemy can exploit that hole to come here against me and or him. So we're in some trouble. So now I have to react to this. And the brigade that's in the far right position here is already at reduced strength. They need a break. They need a break. And it doesn't look like they're going to get one. I can give Kershaw an order to replace Barksdale's brigade, which is the best thing I can do. The order is this. Kershaw is to relieve Barksdale's brigade in the line. And then Barksdale is to resupply. So what I want is something like this. So let's draw my lines. All right, there's that. Let's see if my little snipping tool works now. Nope. I don't know why that's broken. It's probably because I have two monitors, though. And this screen could be overlapping just like by a pixel or two on the other screen, and that could be breaking it. All right, let's send this in. All right, so that's what I want. As for opening the gap on the left, there's nothing I can do. I don't have units in reserve to plug that gap. And it is what it is. So I just don't know what to do. What we have to start thinking about now is attack or withdraw. And a lot is going to depend on Sims' brigade. And Sims' brigade is not a very good brigade. It's trained. But it isn't, it's regular quality. And regular is fine, but chances are they're up against veterans or elites, so they're not going to fare very well. So here's the deal. I have to think about getting out of the battle and preserving my command. Or, if Sims is lucky, if Sims is smart enough to take the Union flank in some fashion to attack at an advantage, and that advantage then goes in his favor, then we attack. But if Sims is getting even money or worse out of a deal, if he's doing poorly, then he's getting an equal exchange with the enemy or doing worse, then I probably have to get out. Where this battle obviously went wrong is it appears and now this is from my perspective, I don't have the full vision of the battle, but it appears to me that we arrived too late to make the difference. We arrived so late that the Union was able to use its temporary advantage against the first two divisions, so that when we arrived, the first two divisions were already beat up and falling back because they were outnumbered. And now we're arriving, and even though we're a fresh division, we're hitting the enemy at a time when he's still pretty strong. He's had good luck against our other two divisions, and so for whatever reason, we're not getting a good situation here. Now, this could all be wrong. My analysis is based on very limited information. We might actually be doing great, and we just don't feel it. And that's one of the problems with Kriegspiel, is you can actually be winning, but the information coming to you is so limited. And you could have a commander on your flank that's sending you messages like, oh my gosh, hurry up, and oh my gosh, we're losing. And it's really just him. It's not you. It's just him. And the enemy could be sending the same kind of message traffic back and forth, and you just don't know. So really what we have to do is kind of push in this case. I don't want to be conservative here. I want to push, because that could turn the tide of battle. If we pull our punch, if we stand or retreat, we're definitely not going to win. Now, if this were a campaign type event where the losses carried over, where what happens here matters for the future, I might be a little more conservative with what I'm doing. But because this doesn't seem to be that kind of an event, I want to push on. I do want Barksdale's brigade to have one turn of rest, so they can resupply, maybe gather up some of the stragglers and reform, and go right back into action. But I don't know. I want to have the reserve. When you attack, you kind of want to commit everything and put maximum pressure against the enemy. But when you're defending, you need to have a reserve. But Barksdale can't be that reserve if he's exhausted. He's useless on both the attack and the defense. So I absolutely have to give him a break. And that's where Kershaw comes in. So I have two fresh brigades coming in, although one of them is just kind of, regular. But Kershaw's veteran brigade might have some luck. So let's see what happens. Dave says, very much a shame you're not seeing updates on that brigade to your right. That's correct. And I think that's an umpire thing, that's a deficiency, and it's just because the guys have their hands full. They have bigger things to worry about than giving me that update. And maybe they know I don't quite need it. I'll probably be all right. Sneeze. I just got attacked by a surprise sneeze. I'm having a little bit of allergies. It's springtime. What are you going to do? But in either case, yeah, it would be nice. And come Grade Gettysburg, we need to be at that level where I am getting those reports. Dave is encouraging me to maintain momentum and have faith I may yet win the day. And that's right. Yeah, we got to push. We got to push. All right, I added there, we must maintain pressure on the enemy. Okay, one of the problems in this game from an umpire perspective is that I don't know where we're at in the turn cycle. I see it's 2 o'clock, 1400. But I don't know where we're at in the turn cycle. And I wonder now if I should be sending dispatches, because if I'm not getting information from the brigades on my right, from the umpires, I'm just getting these dispatches. Maybe they're not getting information from me. Maybe I should send a courier. I would just expect they would be able to see me, but maybe I should. I will send a dispatch. Testing. Okay, there we go. Yeah, my headset decided to turn off. I don't know why it's doing that. It's the second time. Let's see here. We are attacking. All right. So I've sent dispatches to both commanders at 1400 hours, telling them basically we're attacking towards Emmitsburg Road. I told my neighbor that I'm trying to reform Barksdale, but I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know what'll happen. But in order to reform Barksdale, he needs to be relieved first by Kershaw. Then he needs to have time to reform, so that's a turn. And then the next turn he can probably be given orders, which then he can go in. So we're talking about an hour worth of game time where I relieve him, he reforms, I give him orders, and he gets involved in a new fight. So Barksdale isn't going to be combat effective again. He's not going to be a factor until 1500 hours. Of course, at that point, he could be the decisive factor. That's the picture, that's the intent. But again, things are happening in 3D, time and space, all around me. And that might not ever happen at all. I could get a report and Barksdale is in retreat. I don't know. He could be completely destroyed on this next turn. We don't know, but he's involved. He's engaged, and he's suffered losses. He's suffered strength reductions. He's reduced. So we have to see what happens here, and we'll have to see. The post battle will be interesting. Okay, it's now 1420. I'm receiving a report. I don't know why the reports are being typed. I think they should just be verbal to me. They'd be faster. If it's just a kind of a sight picture, it should be a picture or maybe a verbal. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I've got an update here. So these updates seem to be coming a little faster now, which is great. Okay, so both of my units are engaged, and they're fighting, and they're doing gosh darn the best they can against units that are reduced. I'll show you, again, my little picture. Like this here, you see here? So we're fighting, we're doing all right. All the units to our front are reduced. These is cavalry to the left. Cavalry is notoriously weak against infantry, so my orders are, and Barksdale is in the back, and he is reforming. He would be recuperating his losses. So we have more or less the situation we want. So very simple. Attack, push, charge if possible, but push the attack. Okay, so I'm giving orders to be aggressive. And, all right, there we go. So let's see. Supplies have been exhausted. I see that as well. They've been exhausted from here. So this actually is in a 3 state. There we go. Okay. But let's do it, guys. Let's keep pushing. Yeah, we're going to copy it, right? All right. So we might win the day. Now I can prettify this if I want. I can make this so that everything is the right size, and I don't wanna. I don't care. It's not that big a deal to me. The information that I need to have has been conveyed to me. I've given the order, and the order should be followed. And Barksdale's brigade is basically reforming, and these artillery are firing, and that is what it is. Hopefully it's having some kind of an effect. And hopefully my presence here has made life better. The fact that there's enemy cavalry here, that I'm facing off against enemy cav, we'll just take these guys and drop them down here, tells me that this is the enemy flank. I've found the enemy flank. And he's probably in a vulnerable state here. And he's not going to stand against infantry. So Sims, despite being my weakest brigade, is just trained. Can and should be able to smash and outflank the enemy. So we could have a victory on our hands yet. And again, this is why, even though I have to have, what's my plan for getting out in mind, I don't want to give that order unless I'm certain that we're collapsing and all is lost. I want to push. I want to attack. And given the fact that we're not in some sort of a campaign game, I can give the order to attack anyway without compromising a more strategic situation. I'm just going to give the order to attack. This is why we're going to have a campaign in the fall, winter, called Shenandoah Campaign. Probably start in October, September or October, is because we also want people to have this in mind. Here is a message from my umpire. The depleted formations of Barksdale Brigade fell back as Kershaw's brigade replaced them, firing textbook volleys into gunpowder smoke. Fresh troops eyed the limping and tired men of Barksdale. Sims' brigade has begun firing and advancing, disappearing out of sight into the smoke. Okay, so all of this is stuff that I expect. None of this is a surprise to me. So this message basically tells me everything is working the way it's supposed to. So that's that. Now, I wonder if I should change my name on here. Change nickname. So people see my last name. There we go. Alright. Update that real quick. We want people to use a proper first and last name. It doesn't actually have to be your first and last name. I would prefer that it not be some sort of like, well, Robert Lee or James Longstreet. I prefer, it can still be a fictional first and last name. But, sorry, checking my laundry. Trying to do laundry at the same time that I'm playing this game. Not a big deal. Let's see here. Anyway, all is well from the perspective of my division. And players have to understand that your units are going to get hit. They're going to take losses. They're going to be reduced in size. So on. We're going to have a really interesting post-battle discussion. I think a novice player will see their blocks going down in size by half to this size. Freak out. It could happen. Okay, I've sent a message to my umpire. I need to see what is happening on my right, what is happening to the formations on my right. Kindly send a scout from my headquarters to observe and report back. And Barksdale is to report to me when his command is resupplied and reformed and ready for new orders. So I'm going to give Barksdale 1 or 2 turns to reform. I don't want to just throw him right back into the battle. I do want him to rest, because that means he'll be fresh. He will have regathered some of his numbers. And these are my best troops. These are elite troops. And I can then use them to deliver the coup de grace, the final blow, against the enemy who will not have had an opportunity to reform. I can use him then to recycle with Kershaw, or I can send them in to the right of Kershaw if needed. I have to see what's going on to my right, though. I wonder if I should ride out there myself, figuratively speaking, and handle that. But I'm trying to see. Okay. But I'm looking at the picture in some detail. But I also don't want to be so far out of contact with Sims Brigade. Let's see here. Dave said, would perhaps a picture just above your general token looking left and right as general in the saddle system provide benefits rather than a bird's eye view? When updated in chat, that is. Yeah, we've talked about, because one of the reasons we have the 3D height map is we can do this perspective here. You see this perspective? We can actually do this. If you see this perspective. And that's doable. But again, it might be beyond the ability of our umpire team to manage this so far. And this is, again, why we have to train the umpires. We have to get everybody kind of up to that level. And right now, this might be the best we can do. So we just have to work with everybody. We have to work with training the umpires. That's why it's important to get umpire volunteers now and work with them over the next 6 or 7 weeks to get them up to that level. It doesn't take a whole lot of training to get them there, but we got to get them there. Dom says, what are the elevation line increments? I'm not sure. This map is a pretty well-known map. It might just be 10 feet. Here's 428. Like we could compare any two of these and count the elevation lines between them to figure that out. Here's 424. I'm trying to find two that are close. Here's 408. So 400, 390, 380, and then it goes back up. Well, if this is 380, 380, 390, 400, 410, 420. No, it's more than that. I'm reading it wrong. But anyway, between these two heights, we should be able to figure 20, 10, 0, 39, 38, 37, 38, 39, 4. I think they're 10. I think it's 10, Dom, just from looking in kind of my little back of the envelope there. I don't know officially. There's not a scale anywhere on here. But I'm pretty sure they're 10. 10 foot. So, there we go. That's my take on that. Okay, let me go back here and see if I have another report. No, nothing yet. And I'm glad you're on. Dom, I wish you could come umpire. I know you have a commitment. You're doing like a living history event or something, I heard. You told me. I can't remember what you said. You're doing something on that Saturday. Dom DeBallo is our Civil War expert in the group. He is the guy we go to with all of our technical questions, particularly like how far could a unit march and stuff like that. But yeah, there you go. So that's Dom. And he has learned how to umpire. He umpired for us really, really well at the Lynchburg event that we did for Armchair Generals Digital Convention. That was just 1 week ago, and you can actually see the battle. It is on our YouTube. But Dom has a life, as all of our participants do. I don't know why they don't just quit and do Kriegspiel full time. Might have something to do with the fact that Kriegspiel doesn't pay cash money, doesn't pay bills. You can't pay bills in Kriegspiels. It doesn't provide you companionship. It doesn't help you raise your children. It's a hobby. But if it did, if I were a gazillionaire, I tell you, we could have a lot of fun. Dom says they could be 5-foot increments. Maybe, but I'm not so sure. I'm thinking they're 10. But this map is a well-known map. It's the Governor K. Warren map. And I think if you look up the Governor K. Warren map, there should be some data. It may be in the Library of Congress or the National Archives. I'm going to look it up now. Governor K. Warren Gettysburg map. And it's a 1/1200 scale. And you know, I modified that scale. I'm trying to remember when I created our version of the map for Kriegspiel. You know what? I think that's the version that's the scale though. I think it was 1/1200 scale for us as well. Like I preserved that scale. I can't remember. It's been, like 3 or 4 years since I worked with this map in the Southern California Kriegspiel Society, and we had to scale it because we had physical pieces. Because we were playing a face-to-face game on it, and so we had to have. I couldn't change the scale of the pieces. I had to adjust the map to fit the pieces, but I think the 1/1200 was what we used. Anyway, 1 inch equals 1,000 feet. Anyway, I'm going to post this link for you. It's in the Library of Congress. And that will show you the map in the Library of Congress. And it does have some data, but I don't see a clear indication of what it means. I'm looking at it. But I have a report. I have to get back into the game real quick because I have a report from my umpire. All right, let's see here. A courier from Frey arrives. Now, Frey is the commander to my right. At 1420. My boys put up a good fight, but we are overrun, attempting to hold on the Emmitsburg Road near P. Rogers Farm. I'm afraid I might not make that evening whiskey after all. Okay, so he's having problems, and he's back here at the Rogers Farm. Okay, so it looks like our main effort is crumpling. It's failed. It's failed. But gosh, am I
Hello?
winning? Let's see here. Here's Felix. Hey, Felix. Here's my commanding officer.
Yeah.
I'm having it.
Yeah.
I'm winning. I think.
Yeah, I hope so because Peter is losing badly.
I'm winning. I don't know where you're at or anything. I don't have a report on my right other than a report that he's telling me that they're overrun and they're holding near the P. Rogers Farm, which is pretty far back. On the other hand,
Yeah.
I have Barksdale, who is reforming, and he should be able to go into action here directly. I can put him in on my right, and that should smash them at least as far back as the Emmitsburg Road. But I don't know what the overall picture is. My local picture looks good. I don't know what the overall
Yeah.
situation is.
So from what I can tell, there should be. I mean, my last picture that I got was kind of small, so I also don't really. Do you know what enemy forces are here?
Well, to my front, I have the enemy 1st Brigade, and I have the 1st Division pieces out. And then on my front left, I have enemy cavalry corps. So
Right. Okay.
I'm pitching right into them. That cavalry is not going to stand in the face of my infantry. My infantry is going to run right over that cavalry. So the way I see it,
Okay,
I
yeah.
am smashing the enemy's right flank and rolling him up potentially. But if
Right. So I think, yeah, I think you can definitely push. So from what I see, there should be very little enemy forces here, because they're all in this house and they're smashing Peter. So I basically left him and told him that he could either capitulate or make a last stand, but I don't think we will win anything there.
Mhm.
So, and since we don't have an objective, I'm not really sure what we can do. I think just push forward and yeah, expect that there will be forces, enemy forces coming up from the south soon.
Okay, yeah, I think the objective is to just destroy the enemy, kill him.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can do in that direction.
Yeah, so my objective is to kill every blueberry-bellied Yankee we see. Is it wearing blue? Kill it. That's the objective. I'm going to put Barksdale back in on the right, and hopefully he can also hold against any reinforcements coming from the south. So until my troops are played out, I'm going to keep pushing and attacking.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, thanks. Okay. All right, so that. Go ahead.
I have I have some cavalry with me that we could use here because they weren't doing anything in the south. So as I said, I didn't get a very good look at the situation from our last update. So maybe you can make a suggestion where we should deploy the cavalry.
Wherever there is an enemy flank, they should attack it. They should find the enemy flank and attack it. So, wherever there's an opening, wherever there's an enemy flank, they should go in and threaten that flank. You know, especially enemy cavalry. If they can engage with enemy cavalry, that's perfect. And the enemy cavalry is near Gettysburg.
Okay.
So I think that would be a great use. Otherwise, they should just harass a flank. They're not going to do anything decisive by themselves.
Right. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Make the enemy scared. You know, make them worry that, oh my gosh, there's more troops, or worry about his flanks. Threaten his flanks. Threaten his artillery batteries. You know, get behind him.
Right.
Get in his rear, and create problems for him. That's all they can do. And that's fine. All right. So, viewers, the situation goes badly along the Emmitsburg Road, but that's just one division, I hope. Nonetheless, it's looking good for my front. My commander-in-chief has told me to go ahead and keep attacking. I intend to do it. I expect success against this cavalry, and hopefully success against the enemy here. And Barksdale, then, I'm going to send him back in on the right. So I'm going to kind of wait for one more update. Okay, well, here is an update. I guess I missed this. The musket fire from the other side of the road smoke narrows down to a point where officers order their men to advance. More lines of corpses in Union uniforms appear. That's nice. As the smoke diminishes, the enemy is falling back and your men are in pursuit. Barksdale's brigade has now been reorganized. The scouts report to you that friendly forces are reforming into a line some 1,000 paces away from you in the south along the Emmitsburg Road. Okay, so that's more or less what we see here. Okay, Barksdale. On our right. Whole as Okay, so here's my orders. Now the problem with my order, which I've already sent, is that it's discretionary. And I could see all kinds of ways in real life where a disaster could emerge from the nature of the order that I've given. Let me read to you the order. And I don't think there'll be a disaster, though, but here's the order. The order is this. Barksdale is to form on my right. So what I want Barksdale to do, this guy, I want him to go in on the right, somehow, some fashion. I don't know if he's recovered much of his strength or what, but he's to go in. He is to push forward, meaning he is to attack. The whole division is to continue the advance as long as good order and supply are present, meaning as long as things are going well, keep pushing. If a brigade needs to halt to reorganize and resupply, its commander may do so. Keep pushing. I put in all caps. So, I'm giving the commanders authority to stop and resupply their units. Naturally, I don't want the men to try attacking with empty cartridge boxes. That's just a disaster. So if they need to pause for a turn and restock their supply, that's fine. But otherwise, I want them to keep pushing. Because the advantage is with us. Now, at some point, yeah, the men are going to get tired, and that's enough is enough. But it's up to the brigade commanders to manage that situation. My general order to the division is to continue to attack. And until I see that my blocks are reduced in size, which I haven't seen, they're to push their advantage. Take a look at this picture. See how my blocks here are at full strength? Keep pushing. Here's some units over here on the right, and I think this belongs to Freyer or something. These are not my units. They're Virginia boys. And yeah, they need to reform and go in. But I want Barksdale in on my right. So there you go. All right, let's see here. Dom DeBallo confirms he'll be at a Civil War Living History event at the end of August. I don't know what this event is or where it's at, but I would tell folks that it's in California, Central California, and if you live in the Central California region, reach out. And if you can't hop on and do Kriegspiel things or watch our Kriegspiel, actually, you could watch the Kriegspiel. You could also go attend this cool Living History event. That might be kind of neat. All right, Dave says 5 foot seems accurate enough by my estimations too. Dom DeBallo says the note at top left indicates 4 foot contours. Wow. Then he says along top of map, 10 contour lines between 420 and 460 and 460 and 500. So that sounds like what they're 5 or 4 foot contours. Okay, so that's what it is. That's good to know. That's good to know. That's information that we want to have. And we need to make sure everybody involved understands because we have to read the map correctly. All right, so that's that. Let's put this away. Let's go back to our map. And you folks see that, of course, we're looking at not the real picture, but what I suspect the picture may be, based on the reports given to me. In fact, I could update this further. The enemy has certainly fallen back, which is a great situation. Oh, look at that. Let's fix this. But from the picture that I've seen, right, we're pushing him, and he is not having a good day. I am really thrashing him. And these guys are somewhere around here. Let's erase my markings. They're no longer relevant. And these guys are somewhere around here. Pushing. I think. Actually, I don't even see the gun smoke, so we'll delete that. Okay. Barksdale is actually back here behind me, but he has orders to go in. And then there's other friendly units in a reduced state here. And I don't know which units they are. They have yellow on them. They're cavalry. This is the cavalry that Felix was telling me about. They're right here. Okay. Great. But yeah, he should use them to harass the enemy flanks and make life miserable for the enemy. And these guys, again, I don't know where they're at or what they're doing. All right. I need to pull the artillery up. The artillery needs to come up. But that's really a brigade commander consideration. I think the batteries are attached to the brigade. I could be wrong. Let's send the order. We're going to call that battery commanders. Artillery should move up and redeploy to support the division's advance. Battery commander's discretion. All right. Double check back the YouTube real quick. Dom suggests cut the Emmetsburg Road if practicable. And yes, that's the goal. We're going to be pushing towards the Emmetsburg Road, and yes, we are going to cut that if we can. And then Barksdale can actually peel off to the right and, hit the enemy. But more likely, the enemy's going to be turning back towards me, which I'm going to have to start defending on my right. But we'll see here. We will see. We will see. And then that cavalry will actually be useful if they're over there. However, I don't know. I don't know what the cavalry's doing. They're technically not under my command, and I didn't want to micromanage them. But now as I think about it, that's probably a good idea, have them screen my right as I attack. But unfortunately now at this point, the cavalry have already been given an order. All right, it is now 1300. Hey, I told you it would be 3 o'clock. It would be 1500 hours before Barksdale came in. And Barksdale is not in, but he is moving up. The block size remains reduced, but he is moving up. I don't know where the cavalry went. I'm going to move them off to the side. The guns, I assume, are still behind me. I do have, however, we are fully engaged along our front. And we are starting to take losses. The enemy is defending behind the Emmetsburg Road. But we're hitting them. Starting to move here into Gettysburg. And we are literally skirmishing back and forth now across the Emmetsburg Road. And they are throwing elite dice at us, but reduced. So we are hitting his best troops. But again, hopefully our numbers are greater than his. So hopefully the numbers count for something. Let's show you. And my umpire's typing. We're getting a message. But you see here, here's my sight picture. Look at that. We're moving in through the outskirts of Gettysburg. And it looks like we're pushing and he's defending. And hopefully he's defending real hard. And having a tough go of it. But look, these are cavalry blocks here. They should be getting smashed by my infantry, even though one of my infantry blocks has taken some hits. They've all taken disruption. They're going to need a break. I'm not going to be able to keep pushing. Look at this. These little octagonal markers on here tell me they're taking some hits. This unit here is doing all right. And Barksdale's coming up. Barksdale's going to be busy on the next turn. You can see that, right? There's another brigade. There's going to be another block off here to my right. Barksdale's going to come up, so it's going to be an issue. The field has yet to be covered by gunpowder smoke. The Union forces have reorganized into a line to oppose your forces. Everything seems to be going according to your plan. Now, why isn't that the kind of thing that you would read in a choose your own adventure before disaster follows? Okay. Continue the attack is the order. Units seem to have supply with them. Those supply markers had 3 pips on them each. So I'm going to assume all is well. It's time for a snack for me. I'm hungry. I am hungry. All right, let me set this aside. I will be right back. I need a break. All right, the leftover pizza's in the microwave. And I am continuing the attack. No reports yet. check the YouTube real quick before we go back downstairs and get my snack. And nothing new there. But hey, we've got 7 viewers, which I think one of them is me, so 6. I want to say hi to everybody, just so people have an update. This is a really, it's an exercise. It's a drill. We're doing a little battle, but the goal is to train up some umpires for our big August event, and we have to do it now. So it's a ACW. It's a test of what we call the ACW Brigade system, and the umpires, which have to get trained. I'll be back in a moment with more. All right. My headset's beeping at me. When I go downstairs, I'm at the extreme range of my receiver, so my stuff can cut out. All right. So yeah, this game is it's an exercise. It's a test of the Brigade system. We tested our timer bot, and I think the timer bot passed. Although we're not quite at the level where we're going to run it and have that direct us. It's also a test of the ACW Brigade system, which is our own Kriegspiel system, and it's a blend of original Kriegspiel and Southern California style Kriegspiel. But so far it seems to be working pretty well. So that's what we've got going on. We're working on it. And we're waiting for a report. All right, still no updates yet, but we'll get them. I expect the game is going to end real soon because I think for the most part the purposes of the exercise are probably fulfilled at this point, and there's probably an outcome to the battle that's going to become very apparent. Typically, Kriegspiels are not played to the bitter end, although we can because we're playing it as a game. But in actual practice, like at Army University, they don't play the Kriegspiel to the bitter end of the battle because that's really a distraction. It's an exercise. So they play until the aim of the exercise has been accomplished. What's the lesson that we're trying to teach or illustrate or assess from the players? And I see a 3:20, 15:20 p.m. update is coming. I guess PM is a little redundant with 15:20, but a 15:20 hours update is coming. So we're probably going for at least another turn or two. We'll see. But I wouldn't be surprised to see the game end abruptly now that we've kind of got to a point. And the troops that I'm opposing are probably going to be played out. And my troops are probably going to be played out. But let's see here. All right, here's my update. On the right, you see Barksdale's brigade. The formations stop in their tracks as they come out of the woods. The men are quickly ordered to take aim and swiftly follow it with a near simultaneous volley, repulsing a surprise Federal bayonet charge. All right, I'm missing a block here. That's a problem. I think I've lost part of what I think is Sims' brigade. Kershaw's here in the center doing fine. Barksdale is here. It might be time to let up on the gas, guys. But the enemy could also be close to breaking. So, Barksdale needs to hold, Kershaw needs to hold, and Sims can continue to push. So, okay, let me double check that. Kershaw needs to hold, and Sims can push. All right. Barksdale hold. No, Sims needs to push and Kershaw hold. And that's going to be about the last of my pushing. That's the end of it for us. We're played out, or we will be. And at a minimum, we'll have to resupply. Testing. There we go. Yeah, I'm having issues with my headset. I've plugged in my headset though, so that should resolve the issues. The battery might just be low. But I've given my orders units to rest and resupply if the enemy allows it, otherwise they're to continue fighting. I want Barksdale and Kershaw to hold, and Sims to keep attacking. Just so we know, here's more or less what's going on. And I have enemy forces. They have blue diamonds on their flags, so that's these guys here. That's the Excelsior Brigade we're up against. They're here. And one of them is in a reduced state. Okay. But they're essentially more like this. And Barksdale is a little more spread out across a wider front. And this unit is in a reduced state. And this unit is altogether disappeared. So, there we go. And hello to Ethan McKinney. Ethan, I hope you're signed up for the game or the International Kriegspiel Society. Join our Discord. I don't recognize the name. I could be wrong. I might know you by a different name on there, but you're absolutely welcome to join. And we have a Grand Gettysburg fight coming up on August 28th. There's some registrations still open, some slots. I think they're all Union now, but you can still join. And you can certainly volunteer to umpire, and we'll train you. Taking a look here, Ethan has a couple comments. One is he watched the ACDC Lynchburg game that was fought 1 week ago. The Union players in the center fumbled it, even though the umpires were far too forgiving in allowing the Union regiments to advance along the peninsula. And I know what you're talking about. You're talking about that line in the center where there's that high ground and it's like in a peninsula shape, and we allowed them to push along it. And yeah, there's an argument to be said for that. He said he looked at the terrain on Google Maps and there's no way that a regiment could have deployed on the slope from the ridgeline to the creek, simply too steep to move along the side of the slope. And there's no way that a regimental commander would have deployed straddling the creek either. Yeah, good points. I know we punished that movement over uneven terrain, but we still allowed it, and maybe we were too liberal. And it's a good argument for looking at the Google Earth map of the area. But based on what we had, we went ahead and allowed it. But yeah, it's a good argument. And he said the Confederate commander fumbled a lot too. That's from Dave. Yeah, it's true. Good commentary. Very good. My general advice, of course, is get involved and keep us honest.
There we go.
Are
So
we
yeah, we'll
done?
give it the old call. Yeah. You can go ahead and
Oh.
turn on the stream.
Who won?
For the Republic.
And
Yeah, so we would say that this is technically a Union victory,
Hey!
but it was Pyrrhic. This was a Pyrrhic victory.
Oh yeah, for
Union
sure.
took massive casualties. Both
Yeah.
sides did.
Dude, hold up. Before you go any further, man, Jan, you fucked my brigade. I trusted you with my boys. Like, you completely slaughtered my men, man.
So
I
I will now
just
give
thought they were fresh. They were able to do the charge.
They hit
I
the
will now
wall
give
like
an
Jesus.
overview of what happened. So
Let me look at the stream. Let's see what happened.
you can go look at the stream and you'll get the experience. So the Union started around here. Let's make this a bit. Confederacy started around here. And the plans were the situation was meant to be simple, so we could go quickly. Also, the time is 15:20 when we called it. We've been going on for about 4 hours. The game started at 1100, which means we went pretty much 1-1 throughout the battle. And hopefully no one felt too bored waiting for resolution to happen.
No, it was perfect for me.
So the cavalry engaged here. Both cavalry were ordered back. And then Pickett's division lined up and they decided to attack the Union here. I don't know what the Confederates' plan was because I wasn't part of that discussion, but what they decided to do was Marshall's division, which was McLaws, was going to try to do a big flank here. They're trying to do a Chancellorsville. The Union basically had the same idea. They had one division here, and then they marched the other one down this road and up to here. So when Marshall was right around here, the second division had lined up and was able to start their attack. The only reason it wasn't super effective was because there was a brigade of Confederates here, Garnett's brigade, which was being deployed to the right, and they reacted and took defense, and the cavalry helped out. It really helped from the entire line just crumpling. But the attack against the Union division, which was going pretty decently for the Confederates, until they put a brigade here and managed to start rolling up their right. So Pickett's division falls back to around here along the road. This division starts a big attack. And as this is happening, Marshall engages. This was around 1 o'clock now. This has been 2 hours into battle. Engages here. And as he had been moving in, because he was trying to do a bigger flank, it looked like, the Union had time to reform their line and defend against this attack. And then they fought a fighting retreat back to this hill. And
Man, were we shocked when we saw him that close?
yeah,
that
so
scared the bejesus out of me. That was...
so the best player, we always try to give like the Battle Honors Award. I really think I'm giving this to Buster.
Hey, thanks.
For in second division, whatever division it was, first division, third corps. And what I loved about it was when he was in this line early in the battle, he had one brigade he decided to keep back in reserve. And I guess I'm obviously I may be overthinking what you were thinking, but I think he knew, at least generally, that the Union plan was to try to strike here, and it was quick and simple. So when he sees that there's only 2 brigades in front of him, he brings them around and hammers them in their right. And this attack helped win them the day.
Yeah, when his second brigade connected with my line, I was like, oh shit, where the fuck did these guys come from? And then they connected with my line. I was like, okay, and then we just pushed all together against Pickett's, and it just worked super well.
Now you will notice that first division is in shambles. So to bring it into perspective here, this is the remnants of the division. Now, so yeah, Second Brigade is in okay shape. They took light casualties. The Gibraltar Brigade took over 50% casualties. First Brigade took probably 70% casualties. They were hammered, but they did their job. They did what they were asked to do. Especially what I thought was impressive was Marshall was being very aggressive up here. He was pushing his whole division down. And most players, which I would assume is what Marshall was expecting, which is what I was expecting you to do, would have pulled back. And if they had pulled back, Marshall would have been able to kind of pursue and try to hammer this side with a brigade before they could reform, because they were kind of staring at each other. But instead of doing that, you bought about an hour of time, maybe less, maybe 20, 40 minutes, which was enough time for this division to reform and begin the second attack, which we ended the game on, which I think was very smart.
That's really funny. That's really funny because we were already in the very progress to fall back, and at that point in time, we thought that the second division maybe had one brigade in reserve, which could come up and get onto our right flank. So we wanted to hold the roads clear so they could march up north to Gettysburg. That's because we decided to hold the position.
But the funny part was when I was taking orders for that situation, you guys were making this massive plan and suddenly stop. No, we're going to hold. Like, okay. And that was it.
Obviously, now when I say best player, by the way, I think every player played really well. Some of this came a little bit to dice, but I don't feel like any one side got screwed by dice in this scenario. I think all the dice averaged out pretty well.
You were all winners.
I feel bad. I feel bad for Pickett's, honestly. He was taking on the entire fucking Union Corps, man.
Yeah, Pickett's division held for about an hour and 40, and the real tragedy was, as they're starting to collapse, the message goes to Marshall of continue the plan, which was to do this. And then the next turn, he gets a message which is, we're screwed, come help. Which caused Marshall to immediately, and this is the great thing about watching Marshall play, he'll do this. He has some of the best initiative in the server. He immediately takes his brigade division and goes, okay, we're done with this plan, we're just going to go straight in. And it just so happened that there was a Union line here, and they formed up and started fighting.
I was in the process of when you ended it, I was really upset because I was in the middle of trying to wipe Pickett off the map right there in that.
Yeah,
charge.
so I did.
And then I was gonna do a right wheel and completely wipe my claws out.
That's part of the reason we. So one thing I was looking for, which is why we let it go on a little longer than a lot of games would, is I wanted to see if anyone would decide to withdraw and try to conserve their formation. And it looked like both sides were pretty content to just die, which is not what I'm the biggest fan of, and it's a one-off, so it doesn't bother me too much. In a big battle, probably not the best decision, because, if you're playing an 8-hour battle and you get your division shredded, that's it. You're done. And you want to...
Well, I was betting on Pickett withdrawing because, I pushed him across that entire field. Why would I stop there, I just waited to reorg and then I went in again. Because they're like super low on men and org.
Well, what I think is funny is there's a really oft-quoted line from the movie Gettysburg. After Pickett's charge, he's walking through and you see all the wounded going through, and General Lee goes, General Pickett, he must look to your division. And then he goes, General Lee, I have no division.
He said the line. He said it.
But then it zooms in on his face and it's like, burn. Anyway, it was a good battle though. It's one of those situations where I think the Confederates would have withdrawn, so they it's like an Antietam victory. Like, yeah, the Union pushed them off the field, but at what cost?
I mean, it wouldn't have cost me that much if Jan hadn't thrown Excelsior into the fucking lines then.
That was horrible to see. I went to the umpire's room and suddenly, what the fuck happened here?
It was like I told Jan, I was like, okay, I'm gonna move Excelsior Brigade over to support 1st Division since they were completely fresh. And they were working wonders for me on my left flank. They were pushing back Pickett very well. They were doing really well for me. And he was like, yeah, okay, I'll just take direct command of them and, move over there. That way you don't have to worry about it. I was like, all right, sweet. I told him, I was like, look out for my boys. I expect great things out of them. Yeah. And then the next picture I see, they're just all fucking dead.
Now, one thing I really liked was I've always been worried about these kind of scenarios if corps commanders have enough to do. And I noticed both corps commanders switching between both their division commanders, and I don't feel like, now obviously I wasn't a division commander, so I don't know if it was, but it didn't feel like you guys were microing them too hard. It was just you would switch between to make sure what you wanted to happen was happening, which helped out a lot. Especially Jan. Jan made sure, Jan did a great job of that, and he trusted his first division to hold this line, and he stayed here at the second to make sure this flank happened. And once that flank started, he went straight back, and that's what got him the wheel. He gave them that order. He kept on bouncing back and forth, which really helped until he did that crazy charge near the end.
Oops.
So now that I've said my part, any other umpires have something they'd like to have some comments they'd like to make?
Yeah, less micromanagement when you are at the high level, right? So you set up your marching from, and that's one thing I need to note, right? Let the division commanders decide their marching order.
Yeah, it's because the game is so rushed, and the reason this game came out so rushed is because we had 2 players signed up for today and 2 umpires signed up to help. So I didn't know what the scenario was going to be because I didn't have players to design it for. So we had to just just slap a scenario together, and I'm just like, here's the order, they'll just go. And I just went elite, veteran, poor.
It gives them a bit of that pre-battle operational level, decide which takes the head of the column, and it avoids further micromanagement to, this brigade takes the center, but if they come in a column already as they want, they know when they reach the field they will be in position, give or take.
Right, and so I did that. I only did that because of the situation. I normally, like I said, I usually give people that kind of control. Usually do a briefing, some sort of pre-battle thing too. So, yeah. Anyway, any other umpire comments? Or unless you have, sorry, I didn't realize you had more.
No, it's okay.
Any other umpire comments?
Yeah, I don't have any complaints from Marshall or Peter. Both were really fun to watch what they're doing, and I hope the umpiring was okay.
Yeah, I don't have any significant complaints. I think you did really, really well. I was sending you my orders by picture in a lot of cases because I had the time to do it, and I just did it. I hope those were clear and intelligible. They seemed to be. You did everything that I expected my units to do. The only thing that I would say is I would like to see a little bit more of what's going on, because there's clearly action that would have obviously been in my line of sight that I was blind to. And I imagine there was a reason for that. Maybe you had more information or pieces there than you wanted me to see, or maybe you were using the effects of smoke and I couldn't see through the smoke, perhaps. I don't know.
Yep.
But
yeah, it was a combination of that. Sorry, I didn't realize you were going on.
Yeah, but we do need to kind of figure out how we're going to send players pictures, because one of the other problems on the other side of that is I was able to see the disruption markers on my opposing units, which is like a red flag to a bull. Oh, this guy's already taken disruption. Oh, this guy's already reduced in size. Well, attack it hard, because I know that his general state is relatively weak compared to mine, which is something I might not normally know on the battlefield.
Right. So what I've been hoping, and I was gonna ask Damon about this after the game, is what I would like to be able to do is, it'd be really nice if there was a script. Let's say every block has 2 states, right?
Right.
Now, long and short. Mm-hmm. What if there was a third state, which was the dummy state?
You can have infinite states, really.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so the idea is there's a button on the board which turns all of one side's blocks. We just have to key them to the script, to the dummy state. Uh-huh. And then we could say, okay, now all the Union umpires take pictures. And then we switch all the Union blocks to their dummy state, the Confederate blocks to their dummy state. And I guess we could do that with the disruptions, too.
Yeah, you would hide the disruptions. The disruptions would become invisible. Yeah.
and then we do that, and then they take the pictures, and then we do the same thing for the Confederate empires.
And
we need a script for it.
And somebody was working on the Fog of War stuff this last week.
Yeah.
And we need to see who that was. And it may have been Lebrecht. I'm not sure who it was.
It was Luft, but Lebrecht was the person who had done all the legwork. Luft has found it.
Okay, then yeah, and that might hold some promise. But that's a discussion for this week to come. So.
Right. Okay, so Corps commanders, y'all have any comments? Jan and Felix?
Yeah, awesome game again. I think it worked pretty well. I mean, my division commanders did what I wanted them to do. Me moving around, changing position, helped with intel flow, and that was pretty good. I would never have expected First Division to hold that long. Good job.
Yeah, I also thought it was a really good game. I think I made a kind of a mistake in first. Marshall wanted to go the long way around in the beginning, and then I told him go shorter, and then I realized that the way we agreed on would have brought him out behind our line, so it wouldn't have been a flank at all. So I then told him go the long way again, and then Alex already said then. So yeah, but I think it was really nice. I think one thing that needs considering is how information is gathered. So like, for example, I would think that a Corps commander would have like scouts going out, right? And of course we don't want to micromanage that. But in some way, there would be more information than just what the infantry and the cavalry that we're directly controlling could see. Just a thought. I don't know if that is true or.
Sorry, that's one thing I was considering during this game, and I didn't want to mess with my umpires too much. But I noticed that every assistant was had a different philosophy for how much a commander could see and how much, and all this. So what we're going to do in the future is we're going to standardize that. We're going to make sure everyone has the same. Everyone has my interpretation of how much space a picture can have, because I'm always right. And no, but that's what we're going to do is we're going to make sure it's more standardized. I noticed that.
And I want to say that because in the end, I abandoned Peter and rode over to Marshall because I thought, okay, this is lost and the game will end pretty quickly now, and we will have lost. And then I basically took the cavalry and moved over to Marshall, and then Rankin did something very interesting. He kept zooming in more and more on my pictures, and this is not what I meant. This actually was really nice because then at some point I asked him, so what's happening? Why is this happening? And then he said, well, this is because you're leading from the front and you don't have the overview anymore, and I think he was right there.
I thought that was an interesting idea. And it's something, the issue is that right now we don't have any, we'll probably write it into the system. I don't know how, because with how many players we have in Gettysburg, I don't know if we can afford a commander death system, commander casualty system, because there has to be now the thing is, we could say the consequence for leading for the front is just the fact that you can't see jack. Because to give you an idea, some of the pictures Rankin would give is something like this. Like, okay, here's where you are. You can see what's right in front of you. And the idea is, okay, you're right there in the thick of it. You can't see anything. I thought that was an interesting idea. And it's something we'll look into. So, but it's more the system to consider. The supply stuff worked great. What we need is pieces from Damon that differentiate supply from trains. Otherwise, I noticed that as supply started dwindling for some attacks, commanders would actually they kind of slow down, which I liked. That's what we're looking for. Yeah. All right, divisions. We have any division comments?
Well, my boys put up a good show. They got slaughtered, but they've got war stories to tell to their grandchildren. So,
who's in charge of pickets?
That was me.
Dude, it was the most infuriating thing of you just not breaking. Like you would just fall back and then still be a thorn in my side to where I couldn't really help First Division a whole lot, because if I did, I would have put myself at a disadvantage against you.
If you'd have looked closely, you'd have seen me actually riding up and down the line, trying to encourage and keep them in there. And I think that was went some way to keeping my boys in. But my whole analogy of this game was that Pickett, to a certain degree, was bait. Because I kind of had a feeling that there would be another division coming down one of those roads.
Well, funny thing is, when I found you initially, before I knew what brigade it was, I thought you were McClaws.
Yeah.
Both me and Jan thought that I had bumped into McClaws, and I was ready for a fucking knockdown, drag out fight over that hill with McClaws. And then he told me, it's like, oh yeah, it's Garnet's brigade. And I was like, me and Yang kind of just like look at each other and we're like, what?
Yeah,
That meant that Pickett's was super spread out, and we were really nervous because we had no idea where McClaws was at. So I wasn't.
Right. And so again, that's why we're going to hopefully put in a script for dummy pictures. Until we have that, that's just part of this system.
Yeah.
Is you just have a little bit more information than you should, which is unfortunate, but it's just how it has to be.
It's a game.
Yeah.
And it is a game, so who cares? A little bit, but
I will be honest. If I hadn't saw what brigade that was, I probably would have assumed it was all McClaws.
Yeah, if I hadn't known that it was just Pickett, my flank would have gotten rolled up by McClaws. Yeah.
Right. So, but then on the other hand, by pushing, even if you had pushed against McClaws because you were like, oh, I'm looking for this big slobber knocker fight, you would have realized soon that after crushing that Garnet's brigade, which happened pretty quickly because they're rated at 1 star.
I also had amazing positions compared to them when we initially engaged.
So the funny thing when you're talking about that was Hethville comes in after getting those orders and he goes, "They're being too second division is being too cautious. He needs to just push. I don't know why he's not pushing." And
I was quiet. I didn't give any hint.
I mean, yeah, I know you wouldn't do that. It's funny when he comes in.
Oh my god.
It was. I remember there was one part where
I'll tell you one thing: how the Union would have won this easy. Can I?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you have this situation here, and you have the other here, right? So when they were engaged, and there's that point where's the big shoe here, and there's the big push. If First Division had pushed together and not switch to the other side, they would have finished this division, and then both turned around and would have destroyed the Confederates.
Yeah, and it would have gone from a slight victory to a decisive.
Yeah, I was really confused when we were pushing, when we did the initial push on Pickett's. I was really confused when we were moving, and the next turn, like, 2nd Brigade, which was on my flank, just completely fucked off. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I was expecting the complete collapse on that half of the Confederate army and then turn to Gettysburg and destroy the other half.
So any comments from Marshall?
Oh, sorry.
I know you haven't said anything as a division yet.
I appreciated the autonomy that I was given by my division commander, or my corps commander. I thought it was great going in there and just smashing them, clubbing them like baby seals. And no, I think this was fine. I may have some things to go over with you regarding the system and other things, but those are things that are outside the scope of the game. And I'm really grateful that we had this opportunity. This was very educational, very informative. I was able to learn a lot just from the player seat with this new system. I did regret that I couldn't be in the umpire seat, but maybe the July 10th game, which should be a pretty good-sized game, that's a pretty important dress rehearsal, by the way, everybody. So make sure you sign up for the July 10th game. And I think by July 10th we should have this really dialed in. But had Grade Gettysburg happened today with this system, with where we're at, with you guys umpiring and stuff, I still think it would have been a success. I really do think we're ready to take this on. Of course, that doesn't mean we're not gonna work to
Always going to
improve.
improve.
Yeah, we're gonna work to improve. And so if we're this good now, 2 months before the big event, we're gonna be expert when the big event comes. It's gonna be like the Olympics of Kriegspiel, man. And I'm just excited, and I hope you guys will continue to make these training events because there is more for you to learn. But I really think that we're there. And I also want you to recruit your family, your friends, your neighbors, your parishioners, your mailman or mail lady, whoever, your doctor, your lawyer, your accountant, and your priest to come and play and help us umpire because we need a bunch of people to help umpire. And that's the one thing that I'm nervous about. But I'm not nervous about the system. I'm not nervous about how you guys are going to do because I think you guys are really there. But we do need more people to help out. So that's that.
Yeah, and I think the system is at this point it's already in a good playable state, but now we can make it in an even better playable state.
Yes.
Something that will, because here's what I liked about what this did today. Units would slug it out for like an hour in game, and maybe that's a little too long, but I don't know. I kind of liked how long some conflicts. And the thing is sometimes a battle would resolve in like 2 turns, and then sometimes it resolved in 6. Well, maybe less than that, 4 or 5. Until they ran out of supply. And I really liked that. I really think it was a good balance of how much casualties were thrown out and how long and drawn out a battle could be. And I think it's doing that real well. Supply will work real well. I'm going to stop the recording. This has been a great game. Oh, bye. So supply worked real well. The issues now are there's a little bit of player umpire communication that we'll iron out, which is fine.
I think the casualty rate was credible. So
I think this was a good casualty rate. I think it just about because it's varied, right? Some brigades like.
All right, folks. I just exited the live chat there because we're going to go ahead and wrap up the live stream. Ethan, I see you have more commentary there and some talk about the system. And yeah, again, what I would encourage everyone to do, including you, Ethan, is join the group, get in on the Discord, get in on the discussion and the games, and share your thoughts and opinions. Help to keep us honest and improve what we're doing. We've got about 6 or 7 weeks before we really have to have this perfected. But that's plenty of time, and we are going to be making some adjustments and some tweaks. This is a really good exercise. I want to thank everybody who came to watch the stream, and I want to thank everybody who was part of this. This was great. So again, thank you to all. And look, I realize I'm showing you all the stats. There we go. But no big deal. Otherwise, we can look at the. Let's take one last look at the tabletop simulator. Here we go. But you can see that more or less what I had was just a sketch of what was actually going on, and that is how it goes. But anyway, I want to thank you all, and I hope to see you all at the next event. Our next big event is going to be July 10th. We're doing the Battle of Shiloh. And again, it's sort of a big practice run in anticipation of Gettysburg. So hope to see you folks there. All right, thank you all and take care. Bye-bye.